Hey everybody, welcome to the January 25th Board of County Commissioners meeting. Would you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, the first thing we have on our agenda are the minutes. Commissioner Lindsay, do you have any additions or corrections?
I do not. Better turn my microphone on. I move that we accept the proceedings of the Board of County Commissioners of Montezuma County for January 18th, 2022.
And I will second it. It's been moved and seconded to accept the proceedings of the Board of Commissioners, Montezuma County, January 18th, 2022. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. Planning. Good morning.
Is Ironwood representatives here? Come on up, please.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, then we have a public hearing, and we'll go ahead and start with that. Kim, will you go
Correct.
ahead and call the roll?
Commissioner Candelaria.
Here.
Commissioner Lindsay.
Here.
Administrator Powers.
Here.
Attorney McLaren.
Here.
Kim Purcell, Montezuma County Clerk and Recorder. Notice is hereby given that the Montezuma County Board of County Commissioners will hold a public hearing for review to the High Impact Permit number 675 and Special Use Permit number 07-2019 issued on November 4th, 2019 on property owned by Ironwood Group LLC located at 27930 Road T, Dolores, Colorado, consisting of 19.62 acres more or less, situated in Section 19, Township 37 North, Range 15 West, 10 p.m. The hearing will be held Tuesday, January 25th, 2022 at 9 a.m. in the Commissioners' Hearing Room, 109 West Main, Cortez, Colorado. Interested persons may attend and give input. Information may be obtained from the Planning Office online service at https://co-montezuma-co.smartgovcommunity.com public home. You may also contact the Planning Department at 970-565-2801 with questions. Dated this 11th day of January 2022, Kim Purcell, Clerk, Board of County Commissioners, Montezuma County, Colorado. Published in the Journal on Wednesday, January 12th, 2022.
Thank you, Kim. Okay, Don, give us
All
an
right,
overview,
so per the public notice and per the Land Use Code Section 2202.9 allows for a periodic review of high impact permits at which times the owner, operator exceeds the threshold standards. So that's officially why we're here today.
And Commissioners, let me just provide a little bit more context just so you understand exactly what the criteria you guys should be looking at today and why we're here. Like Don said, the Land Use Code does allow for periodic review of high impact permits. Section 2202.8, subsection E of the Land Use Code says that the validity of an approved permit is contingent on continued compliance with the performance standards and conditions. Permits that do not maintain such compliance will be subject to suspension or revocation of the permit in accordance with these regulations, being the Land Use Code. What you're going to want to base your decision on today are several different criteria, and I'm just going to read these to you at this point, and then we can revisit these later if you would like. What you're going to be looking at is whether the proposed use or the use that's happening at this point is in conformity with the code. The use shall not generate any significant adverse impacts on other property in the area. and it has to be also consistent with the code. Now, certainly there's mitigation that can be done to lessen those adverse impacts, but that's a factor for you to consider today. There's a factor that public utilities and services are available or can be made available to support uses consistent with the proposed zoning or the current zoning. And basically, if the applicant fails to meet the criteria that I just explained to you, then the permit shall either be continued with conditions or conditions that will ensure compliance or denied. At this point today, you've got a couple different options. You can I'd certainly listen to what's going to be presented today, and then at that point you can discontinue the high impact permit that was issued to Ironwood. You can continue this hearing to a future date with very specific conditions as to what needs to be done in order to keep the high impact permit in place. Or you can simply find that the high impact permit is being complied with, and you can move forward in that direction and continue the permit as it is. So that's your options at this point. I do have a copy of the high impact permit for each of you guys to look at. This was the original high impact permit that was granted. I've also got one if you would like to. Yeah. So that's the original high impact permit that was granted, and so that's really what we're going to be looking at today. And Don, I guess go ahead and continue to provide an overview.
Okay, yeah, just a brief synopsis. Ironwood applied for their high impact permit in the late summer of 2019. They went through the process. They went to the Planning and Zoning Commission September 12th, 2019. Their application and process was reviewed. It was unanimously recommended for approval to the county commissioners. Following that, there was a county commissioners public hearing on October 8th, 2019, at which time the county commissioners approved their high impact permit, special use permit. That was subsequently issued to them and recorded on November 4th. Then I guess as a follow-up, in the spring of 2021, emergency management contacted Ironwood as well as all the other timber logging companies in the area after the Aspen Wallwood fire, and had a meeting and issued a standard fire mitigation plan for what's on the ground, and that was to be used as a template for all the companies to provide the fire protection districts in their area with their fire mitigation plan specific to their site. In July, probably, maybe early August, Ironwood contacted us with discussions on amending their high impact permit, as well as being an agent for an adjacent property owner to subdivide, and then also another application for workforce housing. In all those applications, reviews, and discussions, the fire mitigation of the chip pile came to the forefront, and at that point I contacted our emergency manager, and he got in contact with the appropriate fire protection districts to begin the inspection, discussion, and mitigation requirements for their chip pile. As part of the original application process that was reviewed from Ironwood, Shaq, if you'll go to item 22, they are to complete a spreadsheet, more or less, of the threshold standards that are included in the county land use code. And item 22, they marked that they would meet those threshold standards. and they stated no hazard concerns with the proposed high-impact permit mitigation by employees to store certain products in areas which accommodate safety concerns. So they indicated that they would meet the threshold standards and that there would be fire mitigation measures to account for their operation and the conditions that they create on site. Also in the review process, Wildfire Adaptive, they did an analysis of the site prior to operations beginning, which basically included existing wildfire potential on the property, being that it was pretty much vacant except for the south end where the trees and stuff exist heading into the canyon. They recommended a fire mitigation waiver from the planning office. This was issued to Ironwood. They signed it. With the mitigation waiver requires that they conduct Zone 1, Zone 2, and Zone 3 fire mitigation on their property at all times. And that's in the file. Ian has a copy of that, which just means that, again, they'll continue to maintain fire protection around their roads and buildings, along property lines, and any fire hazard incidents on their property. So then we continued at their P&Z review of their amended high impact permit. At that time, after the discussion of fire mitigation, hazards, and lack of mitigation, the Planning and Zoning Board, on the amendment of their high impact permit, they voted to continue the public hearing until such time that we received a fire mitigation plan that was approved, and that would be issued by January 1st, and then their public hearing would be held on February 10th. We did not actually receive a fire mitigation plan by January 1st, but at that point, obviously the commissioners, emergency management, fire protection, and the county attorney had stepped in with site visits, emails, conversations to get the fire mitigation addressed immediately. And as to date, there's been really not much effort. A few trucks hauled out, and the pile spread a little bit on the west side, but basically a % of that pile is negligible as far as any mitigation procedures.
Mr. Haley, can you kind of talk to us about how the chip pile has changed between the time that the high impact permit was issued and now?
So at the time it was issued, it was just vacant land. There was nothing on the ground. Subsequent to that, they have, I guess you'd say, discarded waste logs. Whatever the reason, there are logs placed on the ground, and then the chip pile has increasingly been pushed and spread over the top of these logs, which is just the opposite of fire mitigation practices. By adding the log pile underneath the chip pile, you're just creating an airflow if a fire should ever break out on that chip pile. I'm not sure exactly when that started. I'm not sure at the extent initially. When we were out there in March of 2020, that pile was negligible, and it was probably maybe 50 yards from the building. It was not stacked on top of logs or anything else. Apparently last year They either discarded the logs and then pushed the chip pile, or they've started building the chip pile and then decided to place logs around the perimeter. But since the time that it was inspected in August, early September, that chip pile had then been pushed even further south over more logs. So it only created more of a problem. It did not have any kind of mitigation attempts done to reduce the hazard.
What sort of size are we looking at for the pile at this point in time?
So the GIS imagery from probably early mid-April is the only latest aerial imagery we have. It's right at that point, it's at 3 acres. But from further inspections, it's been pushed further south, possibly a little bit east. So it's upwards around 3.5 acres, probably an average depth of 30 to 35 feet. It's around 61 feet on the south end at the time any elevation measurements were taken just with the phone GPS. So the land itself slopes off to the south, and the actual chip pile elevates from north to south. So it's 60 feet deep at the deepest point, probably an average of 30 to 35 feet. So if you're looking at hauling it off with 23-yard trailers, you've got 70, 80,000 loads to haul out of there.
Okay. With that, we will give the applicant your time to speak.
And Commissioner, I'm wondering, certainly we want to give Ironwood an opportunity to respond. I'm just wondering whether we want to call anybody else to speak, particularly maybe Mr. Spratlin or the Fire Protection District.
And I also think it would behoove the commissioners to hear from Mr. Jarman.
I think I will, but I'm going to go ahead and give them the opportunity first, and then I'll call up my department head. Because obviously, since our last meeting, I still have the same questions that I had 2 weeks ago, and so I'm going to give you that opportunity.
And then I would just recommend, Commissioner, that certainly let Ironwood speak, and then after the department heads speak, I think Ironwood should have another opportunity to respond.
Absolutely.
So, thank you, Commissioners.
Would you please pull that mic as close as you can get it?
And if you would state your name and not your address, your name and your title.
I'm Mark Hartman. I'm the primary stockholder in Ironwood Group. So, just in general, I certainly want to state for the record that we as a company want to do everything humanly possible that we can do to get into compliance and remain into compliance from an operational standpoint. Ignorance isn't an excuse, but up until I think about a week ago, we actually got a copy of the actual section in the fire use code that tells us what we're supposed to be in compliance with. So early on, we certainly acknowledged that the meetings with the emergency services people and fire people and all that sort of thing happened, but also we weren't, all those times, nobody ever said, and we certainly weren't given written notice that I'm aware of, that this pile is out of compliance, and in order to get back into compliance, you have to do this. So it's not intended to be an excuse or a reason. It's just background that really up until very recently, we didn't know for sure what the actual legal requirement was. Having said that, Since August, I think, we have removed 110 truckloads of logs. We have started to spread out the pile. As you mentioned, we're looking into what it would cost to get the piles into the sizes and orientation that the fire use code asks for. Our initial estimate is it's probably somewhere between $200,000 and $400,000 to push it around and get it into shape. We'd looked into, for moving forward, we looked into an incinerator type of a high velocity air waste management system. And I think that we're probably at the point to where we're pretty well committed to going that way in the future, to handle any waste and potentially consume some of the existing pile if it's still there. But we also literally yesterday, and we've continuously been looking for places to basically get rid of the pile ever since August. We've been looking for people to be able to find a way and come get it and have a use for it. And as of yesterday, we found a chip or a wood pellet manufacturer in Salt Lake City that is scheduled to take his first load.
Excuse me, that's why I was late. I
Okay.
was actually meeting at the mill and they picked up their first.
Okay,
And
so
Wade,
they-
I'm going to need you to speak into the mic.
I'm
when you
sorry.
Speak, please.
This wood chip, wood pellet manufacturer in Salt Lake City picked up their first sample load of chips this morning. And it's our hope, he's willing to take the entire pile, and we'll have that in writing, hopefully, what do you think, in the next week or two?
Another timeline.
So basically, what he's doing is he's going to take this first load of chips, test it out in his process, make sure it's something that makes sense to him, and then we would be able to give you guys a better idea as to how many trucks per day, and potentially how long it would take. But our ultimate goal is to, in fact, get rid of the whole pile. I mean, we're not here to tell you that we want to just put the pile into compliance and then say, good, we're done. We're certainly sensitive to the issues of the community, and we would like to have a plan going forward such that if there's piles, it's very temporary, and it's only because it's in process and either hasn't been incinerated or used with some other business entity. What I would certainly like the board to consider today is that we do have a go-forward plan that is going to make the business more viable. It'll create significantly more jobs. I think the total is, how many? 144 jobs that we're looking to have at the mill in total. Our plan is to basically put the plant back to what it was in the 70s, and basically we already have the veneer operation. We'd like to turn it into a plywood manufacturing facility, so everything can stay there on site. We wouldn't have to ship veneer. Economically, it's the right thing to do, and it'll create a lot more jobs. We need time to get to that point, and the likelihood is that we probably won't restart operations for veneer until we can dry the veneer on site and then be able to either sell dry veneer or turn it into plywood for ourselves. So that's kind of the long range picture. But the one thing that we don't know today with any certainty is how long it'll take to get the chip pile eliminated and how long it'll take to, just how long it'll take to do that. So the one thing that I'm absolutely willing to commit to is that before we're allowed from a permit standpoint, if you did choose that you wanted to put the permit in standby or suspension or whatever the language is, anything short of revoking the permit entirely, we would absolutely commit that we wouldn't, we would never even attempt to restart operations until the pile is within compliance. So I'm absolutely willing to commit to that. And then beyond that, and this is getting a little bit further into the weeds, but it has to do with a lot of the community concerns about the high impact report, and particularly the noise that the wood chipper makes. And with that operating at night, even though we were never in excess of the sound level specified in the permit, it's still certainly annoying to the community. If we end up moving forward with the incinerator plan, we could eliminate the chipper. So we would be able to operate without the chipper, and either people would take the wood veneer pieces and stump ends that would be waste. Either they would continue to haul them out as firewood or pellet manufacturing or whatever, or it would go into the incinerator. So anyway, we're heading in the direction to do everything that we can do as a good community steward. We definitely want to make it fire safe as soon as it's humanly possible. Wade, who's been around mills like this forever, is really good at watching piles like this, and you can see that there's potentially a problem long before there is a problem. And we know what to do if we see those types of things. So I guess my goal here today would be to hopefully embrace our plan and our commitment that we're going to do the right thing. We just can't unequivocally tell you how long it's going to take today.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask some questions, please?
You may, but write them down because now I'm going to go to mine.
Can I follow up while I'm right here?
You can.
So could you clarify, you said you've hauled out 110 loads of logs. How many of those were from around and under the chip pile? And not just actual timber you sent to Montrose or sold where it?
It was 110 loads, and it was basically the logs that were beyond the chip pile. So we've started to pick that up, and I'm actually glad you asked that question because we didn't ever, except at the perimeter of the chip pile, there was some logs that were stacked in the perimeter that I assume initially to kind of create a container for the veneer waste. So it was used primarily as an edge. It wasn't, there's not buried logs underneath the whole pile. You're right, that wouldn't be a good idea, and it's not that way.
But there are logs that are buried.
There are logs that are buried at the perimeter. Absolutely.
So you said that since Wade's been there and monitoring waste piles and what not to do, right now the chips are pushed over those logs, particularly on the west where the wind blows, so you've created a vent to that waste pile. And in August it was pointed out, and to date nothing's been done.
So that happened in 30 days? We haven't ran since September.
Well, you don't have to be running. You go in there with your equipment and you remove those logs from the edge of the waste pile as a starter. That's what was required in August.
Nothing was required as this point.
Okay.
There's a fire
so-
mitigation
so-
plan required. That's step
So-
one,
so
which
I-
is,
We're gonna,
Okay.
There was one submitted, but it was denied. And that's
That-
what we're still working on.
that wasn't till January. I'm just saying from a practical standpoint, as operating under fire mitigation requirements, why was that ever allowed to happen? And then when it was pointed out, why was it not ever addressed immediately? Rather you have people working, the plant working, bring them in and mitigate.
I mean, that's
So I think
a-
it's important at this point, let's not argue back and forth.
we're-
I think
it-
I was just looking for an answer
Well,
because that
I'm-
was something that
happy
should
to-
have been done.
I'm happy to answer the question. It's really all about timing.
wait a minute, let me stop you right there. Timing is one thing. We are beyond timing, and we, this commission, have told you guys, Wade, specifically you, not you, Mr. Harmon, you're out of time. We have been discussing this for several days, and the implication of the fire exists. It exists today. So timing, that, you better have something better than that, than timing. So kind of to go back to what Dawn just asked, bring your people back to work, put them there, and get the pile into compliance. It's really very easy. It's very simple. So I will let you finish that, but I had to stop you there.
So from compliance to what you wanted, what I had submitted would have been taking us into compliance? And you denied it?
What you submitted would not take you into compliance per what was recommended by the emergency manager
No,
of how you should
excuse me.
separate your piles and
What
get
is
them-
legal
Wait a
compliance?
minute, let me finish.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
You have the information for the legal compliance.
Mhm.
And by the emergency manager and the first responding fire units in that district. Those piles, we're not asking you to get rid of the entire pile today. I understand that does take some timing where you have to go. However, get it into compliance with what we have addressed with you all, which is the separation of the pile. It can't be one huge pile like it is. It can't be covered with logs or logs being covered with chips. I agree with the statement that Mr. Haley made. Why are we not moving logs from around that entire pile today? The timing is over. That's over with.
We are. That was 100, we've moved 110 loads from around the pile.
Okay.
And last meeting, you said being gone was going to be in compliance, not being in the fire compliance.
Those logs have to be gone.
Excuse me. No, you said the whole pile last time.
Okay. go ahead.
So on November 17th, this is from the emergency manager, from November 17th,
Okay.
okay? It's basically saying, put in these piles this size with a distance between them.
Okay.
That's basically what it says. What I submitted went over and beyond that, and it was denied. This is what he submitted to be on this, on November 17th.
Okay.
What I
So from-
submitted was,
I have two questions, well, actually three. From November 17th, how much of that actually got done according to that paper? Number two, you said you moved 100 and some odd loads of logs. How many loads of wood chips have actually moved?
I'm like 38.
Okay, the wood chips are the primary fire hazard.
I realize that.
Number three, are you temping as you dig into the wood chips, or are you just moving them?
We're temping them.
Okay.
So what we've been trying to do is get a positive on what we'd like to do, rather than not accept our being in compliance. It's going to cost, like I said, between $200,000 and $400,000. If we go out and spend $400,000 to get this into fire code compliance, and then you're still saying that it's not correct, that is what we're up against.
So I have another question related to that. So you're estimating $200,000 to $400,000 to put these into windrows
Correct.
per the statement that the emergency manager has set forth?
Correct.
Correct?
Correct.
Okay, so what is your loader per hour? What does that cost you guys per hour?
We don't have a loader anymore.
Okay.
Our,
if you're
this
to
is a
hire a
price from
loader-
Smith Materials across the street from our mill right now.
If you were to hire a loader, what would you realistically say it's going to cost you per hour?
It's $150 an hour
Okay?
per machine.
And what do you estimate that it would take to move that pile?
Well, it took a year to make the pile, and we're the amount of well,
Half first year, half the second
yeah.
from the photos.
So give me a time. Is it going to take you a month? Is it going to take you 5? What is it? Give me a time.
It would take 6 loaders, approximately 4 to 6 weeks, what they're telling me.
Okay.
The reality is that we don't have $200,000 to $400,000 to do it today. And from the time that we were told that we had, that we needed to do it, we were already closed down. So we're at the point right now to where we're trying to build the future plans and bring in other investors to where we can survive. So the company does not have any cash to spend today to get into compliance, and that's why I was hoping today to get approval to the plan, and then when we're able to execute the plan, before we even ask you to start operations again, we would be in full compliance.
Okay. Well, just my real quick math. If I take $150 an hour times 6 loaders, that's $900 an hour times 6 weeks, which is 240 hours at a 40-hour work week. It's only $216,000. Not anywhere close to $400,000. So when I hear the numbers that far apart, it shows me that there's not a lot of information that's really been done. That's too big of a range. $200,000 to $400,000. I know how fast loaders work.
If you want to call Smith Materials on the bid.
I'm asking you. I'm
No,
not
I'm
talking
telling
to
you
Smith
what our bid
Materials.
was to do this, sir.
So, again,
That's the written bid.
as soon as humanly possible was your statement. So, now I'm going to hear from our emergency manager, then the sheriff, and then the fire district.
Morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Morning, Kim. Ian. Shaq's gone. Okay, so I'm not sure where to begin, but I'll start. How's that? So I'm kind of a compassionate guy. I take people for face value. We've been working with this since April, or actually January, with Aspen Wallwood. And kind of taking a lot of people at their word. So I drafted a memo on January 1st, Aspen Wallwood proposal and the research that went behind that problem that we were having with the smoke burning and et cetera. With that, that memo went out to all my fire subject matter experts, including the commission, including the sheriff, and we decided that we're going to have a meeting, but that was a pretty good proposal on what to do to mitigate some of these properties.
And I'm just going to slow you down for 1 second. January 1st of 2021?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Just to clarify.
So I presented that then, an official presentation, of course, to the BOCC to say this is where we're headed. It was it was approved. Then I sent out this memo to, again, all the fire subject matter experts on the codes, including all the land use codes. Sent it out to everybody February 10th. And we looked at it, we hashed it out, including CDPHE, Montezuma County Public Health, all of our admin people, including Don here. So we thought, well, that's a pretty good plan. So that email with that plan, with an invite to a meeting, went out March 4th, 2021. It went out to all the sawmills. I verified it did go to Jeff Burnell, I believe is his name. And it was going to be our final results. We're going to have a sawmill meeting March 12th. We discussed it. And on March 12th, we did have that meeting. Iron Horse was not present. We, all the sawmills, all the subject matter experts agreed that this was a good plan. Part of that plan was the size of the piles, and the distance was 30 to 100 feet or 30 to 90 feet apart. Now let's just say I just want piles. Let's just say I wanted piles back in March. I don't see piles back in March. That would have been a really good start, even if they were 30 foot apart and we decided we wanted at least 90. Throughout the conversations we had, this went on and on. I mean, we've been out there, we visited with them, verbally went over a lot of things. I have numerous emails here that were sent out that I don't think we have time to read every single one, but it was referencing these piles, the mitigation work, things that we needed to have done. I noticed in the statements here, a lot of things were said. We don't have cash to spend today to get into compliance. Yet I was promised by Wade last time that he was here, no undue respect here, but he said, you tell me what to do and I'll get the people out there to do it. That was a quote. But apparently from the owner, we don't have the money to do this. They wanted mitigation rules in writing, not just emails. So I received communication from Wade Bentley here and the operations manager, and from Jeff Burnell, the CEO or co-owner of Ironwood. And this was, I sent you this, my final dissertation, I think, to the board on my ideas, and I'm just going to read it out here. And this was based on the information that we received from Jeff and from Wade. They wanted to have a document, not emails, stating this mitigation proposal that we gave them back actually in 2021, in March 4th, April, October 4th, October 7th, November 17th, December 12th. So we went ahead, Admin Shack sent them the actual 2015 International Fire Code. And the email also gave them clear direction on January 12th what to do. Also, pages from the land use code was sent to them. The very first email that was sent to Ironwood was March 4th, basically speaking of this mitigation. They stated that we kept changing the mitigation efforts. April's email stated no higher than 25 foot, no further width than 150, no further longer than 250. And we said a distance between 90 foot between the piles. We gave them the option from 30 foot to 100 foot, but they needed to discuss this with the fire district. After I spoke with the fire district and the sheriff, 90 foot was pushing it, so we decided on 90 foot from then on throughout that year. We told them that at least on 7 occasions. They kept saying we're changing the rules. They claim that we keep changing all the rules. Well, that was false. We never did change the rules. The rules are there, and I have email to document that. The fact that they didn't abide to our original request in April of any form, if they'd have done that, they'd have been done by now without a problem. Even if they did 30-foot sections, we could have discussed what 30-foot does and 90-foot. The information I received was 100 dump trucks, 25 yards per truckload left there. I have not seen any other documentation. I just heard about some others, but I have not seen any other documentation on the biomass. The measurements that I took were 360 foot long by 507 foot long by 61 foot high at the south end. The north end, of course, it slopes back, and the terrain drops off at the south end. The meeting that we had on January 11th, the BOCC meeting, we had a concern. We had a concern that this material needs to move fast. The sheriff's concern is how these piles have grown over the 30 foot between them is not sufficient. If there's a fire, there will be criminal investigation. We don't want a fire to start. The heavy spring winds, similar to Boulder, will be coming. We're asking for everybody's help. The neighbors called me. I've been talking with the neighbors. We talked about, even Ian mentioned the public nuisance. We need to address it now. Specific dates, legal consequences could come out of this. Civil consequences could occur. They're not in compliance with the high impact permit. They're not in compliance with anything that we asked them to do. Listening to the recording on January 11th for the BOCC, Wade said the logs were taken out and a lot of chips taken out, but he doesn't have the records. He said, quote, at least 100 truckloads taken out. He also asked, do you have any capital to help us with this? Which is interesting because we didn't create this problem. They do not have a plan to mitigate this. When we asked him, do you have we cannot give you a date, was quote. About 1 hour and 20 seconds into this, he stated, referring to the previous owner, Jeff, he is one of the owners that is no longer part of the company, not anymore. And yet we found out last week that that was a lie. Jeff is still part of the company. He contacted me and Shaq along with Wade, trying to get a document that fits.
Excuse me. I was relating to
Sorry,
Derek Smith.
This is allowed. It's dead on. Sorry. Because you said on the phone to me and Shaq, Jeff's still here.
So,
And in the BOCC recording, it was clear. All right.
Let's look at the facts.
So my findings is that this testimony is riddled with false statements and deception, and I'm hearing the same today. Everything has changed from November 17th. And it hasn't been changed. It's the same information that we gave.
So Jim, I'm just going to
back
slow you
then.
down for 1 second. I think it's
Sure.
important that we stay on the facts of the noncompliance at this point. I think that's really why we're here. We're here to evaluate the high impact permit and whether that should be continued.
Correct.
And so I think really sticking to a factual evaluation of the pile and the issues with the pile is really what we need to do.
Okay, so it's still there. We've waited 10 months and nothing's really been in effect on the piles. My concern is that if the Board of County Commissioners believe that this is going to get mitigated based on statements here, I wanted to dispel any type of truth or lie from statements I've been hearing here, just so you're aware. So my recommendation is this needs to be cleaned up immediately, and it's an issue for our county. So that's about it. Any question?
No, not right now.
Not right now.
I've got it
Thank
written
you.
down.
Thanks.
Thank you. Sheriff.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. As your sheriff, my job is not, and I do not ever want to be, and nor will I ever be involved in how a business is run. It has nothing to do with any criminal act at all or violation. What I am concerned with and what is my responsibility is the safety of the public. And so when a business creates a public safety issue, that's what I'm here for. That's what I address. Back when the Aspen Wallwood fire started, this was like a 2.5 to 3 story building in the ground. We were able to contain and build a good fire perimeter around that because it was on the hillside. This had been added to for years, for decades. And it took a long time and a lot of work from a lot of people to help mitigate that and to extinguish that. What this is that these GIS pictures or satellite pictures really don't do the pile justice, these piles, looking from the air down. If you're on the ground, this is a 2-story building. They're gigantic, okay? And that's what concerns me, it's above ground. And I agree that with the emergency manager and the fire chiefs that this needs to be done, mitigated today, not tomorrow, not next month. This should have been done months ago. And time is of the essence because we're moving into springtime. And as you've all seen, we have not received the moisture that we should have. We're not going to have the water supply that we should have. It's going to mean that this is going to have a detrimental effect on if a fire is started, of whether or not we can even try to get it contained or extinguished in time. And more than likely, it's going to grow, and it'll grow fast. Things are drying out. I think the cost is one thing for a business to understand, but where I come from my professional standpoint is there's no amount of money or value that you can put on a human life or a home. And that's the thing that we have to take seriously. And I just ask that we get this done by whatever means as soon as possible. That's all I ask. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Dolores, Fire Protection District Chief, please.
I'm Mike Zion, Dolores Fire Protection District Chief. And I think the sheriff and the emergency manager pretty much stated my opinion on this, because we talked about pile sizes for a long time, and we've seen nothing happen. You guys had equipment out there for a long time, but you never even used it to do it. And if we do get a fire, $200,000 is going to be cheap. It really is, because we're going to be bringing in the feds and everybody else to try to handle it. It's going to be a big fire if it does get loose and get away. So my concern is we just got to get the mitigation started. I agree with the sheriff. It needs to start tomorrow. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you. All right, I will now give you the opportunity to
And
respond.
Commissioner, real quick, Mr. Powers would like to speak too. He's got some information about the mitigation plan that was provided to Ironwood.
Okay. Hold that thought. Wait, I'm sorry. I'll give him and then I'll give it to you.
So, Commissioners, you have seen the plan that Ironwood submitted, and you've seen that it received feedback from the emergency manager, natural resources, the sheriff, Dolores Fire Protection District, and myself. Again, we didn't receive this plan until December. Fire mitigation is a part of the land use code requirements, and while maybe somebody looking at this plan would say this is arbitrary, I would like to remind the commission that we have had fires at Aspen Wallwood. We've had fires at 49 Squares Ventures. We've had fires at the Excelsior plant in Mancus. I wrote the primary suggestions that are in these comments, and I provided hyperlinks for the reasons these comments were added. And I'd like to remind the commission that myself, along with Mr. Jarman and the landfill crew, have successfully managed the few biomass piles in this county that have never caught fire. So what has been put in here includes temperature checking, how to manage it if the piles get above 150 degrees, when to turn, and extra requirements, because some of the items mentioned in the original plan included adding water to the piles during the dry months. And the problem with that, commissioners, is that while it's true for a fire, you need fuel, oxygen, and a source of ignition. In order to make compost, you need carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, and water. The wood chips contain both carbon and nitrogen, and the logs at the bottom provide forced ventilation, oxygen. By adding water, you're going to create a pile that has an environment conducive to composting, and the byproduct of compost is heat. Now, myself and Mr. Jarman can attest to this. When you create that situation, internal temperatures often push 200 degrees. With forced air, that is going to cause combustion. So it did ask that if you're watering the piles, that you temp the piles daily during the time that you're watering them, and that if they go over 150 degrees, that you turn those piles to keep them from getting hotter to disrupt the composting process. We also made suggestions of how often and at what depths those piles needed to be checked if water was added. And so those are the primary comments that are added. And we provided how to determine the moisture content if they were watering it, to understand just exactly when you'd be in danger of creating that process. So we didn't ask for anything unreasonable. This was simply a response to their original plans and trying to make it as safe as possible. Now, the claim could be made that we're creating a moving target, but as Mr. Spratlin alluded to, they've done not one thing starting from the original discussions in March. And I was with Mr. Spratlin and Chief Zion at a visit where we asked if they'd been temperature probing at all. And at that point, they weren't even aware that they had a temperature probe, which the county had provided to all of the mills at the same time. Fortunately, we had documentation of when we provided temperature probes. And so again, even if it were true that a moving target were being created, not one thing has been done to meet even the original standards. And replying to any type of plan with a comment on the plan is standard practice.
Okay.
And then-
Go ahead. Sorry.
Commissioners, I would just like to add one thing too. I don't know if you were going to ask questions of Mr. Powers or call somebody else up, but I would just like to provide everybody with a copy of the letter that I sent to Ironwood back in December, just so you have an idea of what it was that we were asking them, and you certainly are aware of the letter too.
Can I speak now?
You can, and then I'm going to have our landfill operator, Mel Jarman, come up right after, but yes, go ahead.
Okay, so Shaq, we spoke the other day. We talked about that water being added to those piles. You remember that conversation?
I do.
And I
was
told
that
you that it was
after,
a-
was that after the fact
Excuse me.
of our provided comments?
So-
Why don't you go ahead and talk, Jeff, and then Shaq, why don't you respond? Just so
Okay.
So it was, I told you that that was a typo, and we planned on watering around the piles, not entering water into the piles. And I don't know why he didn't just say that rather than go into me adding water to the piles.
Well, that was an explanation of the plan you given, and your explanation of the typo came after we'd rejected your plan.
Right, but you didn't
And
add
you
that.
had the
But
opportunity.
you
I
did
don't
not
think
add
this is
that just
helpful.
now.
Yeah,
I don't think
let's,
this is helpful to what we're doing at this point. I think
None of this has been real helpful.
Well, Wade, you have an opportunity to speak. So.
Okay, so when I first got involved, which was around August, maybe, talking to yourself and Jim, the emergency manager, I asked for a copy of the meeting, the minutes from March 12th. There was nowhere in that meeting did it say what size of piles. It was a group of guys getting together, discussing what they could be doing with their piles. Which the group of guys are not being set here beside us. We're the only ones being set here saying what we have to do. The other guys still have their large piles, by the way. But we did have a guy present. That you said that we did not have a guy present for that meeting, and it's on here. It was Derek Smith, and that was the guy I was referring to as not being with the company anymore. It was not Jeff Bonnell. And that was said at the moment as well. When I first met with the manager and the fire chief, it was a, hey, how you doing? Kind of a handshake type of deal. I told him this is my first time getting involved. Jim pretty much tells me at that time, put a 90-foot gap down the middle of this thing and you got her handled. That was the extent. Then I came to our first meeting. It was rather embarrassing to me from the standpoint of putting one path through the middle to the extent that they took it. It was totally different. So then I asked him, so what do I need to do to proceed? So on November 17th, he sends me this email. That's all it is saying the piles. That was it. Put them in those piles. So, and submit something. So the first time I submitted something, come back, oh no, that's not going to work. Well, it was over and beyond what he had asked me to do on this. That's where I was saying you're asking for more and more and more. I thought I went over and beyond what was asked. What I see is a couple neighbors started complaining, and the city or the county got a letter that all of a sudden started finger pointing to the county and the manager, and all of a sudden he went against us completely. A little scared.
Ma'am, you're going to need to control yourself, please.
Being a little scared of what could happen to the county rather than what we've talked about. All of a sudden, he changed his role completely of the way of what he said that we needed to get done compared to what he had said prior to that. What I submitted, I feel, is over and beyond what is in the code that they sent us the other day. And if we would have known that it's all we had to do was those piles, then we would have probably had them done. But we kept getting threatened or taken to another level, so we never knew exactly where it was. That's myself, being myself. If I would have known, we probably would have had them in those piles by the time that we had shut down. But I thought we had to submit the plan, and then it would be okayed or denied, which it was denied. I guess that's where we stand today. The one thing I would like to say is there's been a lot of personal attacks that I wish would go away. This is a company and county deal, and some of the people that spoke today have personally attacked myself and others. And it's not, I don't think that's right. Has been taken to the sheriff's office, and we'll see where that goes for doing personal attacks. And so all we'd ask for is approval to our plan, and we'd go forward and we'd get that done. And that's all we've been asking for.
Okay.
I like to get within the code.
And could I just ask one follow-up question? And certainly Wade or Mr. Hartman, feel free to address this. At this point in time today, do you guys agree that you're in violation of the high impact permit and exceeding the threshold standards in the land use code?
As of the.
Pull the mic. Sorry, I have to keep
I'm
telling you
sorry.
guys, I apologize, but they can't hear you.
Really, as of the point in time a week ago that Shaq sent, that I saw, what the requirement actually was from the fire code, I would definitely agree that we're not in compliance with that. So
Okay.
I've never argued that we're not in compliance. My whole point today, I guess, was that there has been a lot of back and forth. Certainly the size of the pile requirement hasn't changed, but when we submitted a plan to address exactly that, we got back a lot of comments on, and do this and this and this and this and this and this. So our response to that was, is this county overreach? What is the actual requirement? And even in the fire code section that was sent over, that does not appear to be any enforcement mechanism. It's not clear, and it's definitely not clear what to do other than the size of the piles. So when we put the plan together, when Wade put the plan together, it was based on addressing that. There's certainly nothing in the fire code saying that you have to do this in 6 weeks or else. It's just not there, and that's kind of what we've been asking for, but primarily we've been trying to be responsive, give you the plan, this is what we can do, and again, I'm absolutely willing to put the condition on the high impact report that, the county won't even consider lifting the moratorium on operation until we get into compliance. I'm perfectly willing to accept that as a solution. But me personally, I didn't even know that we were in violation of any code, of any county code. And I still don't know that there's a county code or an actual something other than a fire regulation that we're not in compliance with. Is there something within the county that says you can't have a pile like this, and if you don't fix it, here are the consequences? I don't know if that exists.
That was the question that when I called Shaq the other day, asking him, is there a county code? I want to see what the code is so I can get it right, be in compliance, and there was none. It's all there was the fire, which, as far as being in county, being in the out of accordance with the counties, there was none. There was nothing other than the fire. I'm not saying that that's
So, I'll somewhat answer that for you, and then you can jump in.
Yeah, I've got the specific provisions of the land use code that apply.
So I'll let you do that, but I can tell you that it sounds like if Derek, correct, was the representative here from Ironwood in March? Okay. And then you, Mark, didn't know anything until just a week ago of what was
Well, I
going on
was
there?
I was at the last meeting
Okay.
in
So
January.
that's obviously a communication issue between you guys and within your internal workings. And I hope you can get that resolved. However, when you look at that was sent to you, Wade, and if Derek would have communicated what we talked about in that meeting, you would have known what we were talking about. So we are responsible for the health, safety, and welfare of the entire county. So because a code or what you try to reference to that there is nothing out there is not correct.
That's what we
So-
asked for when we called and we did not get.
Okay, so you have that. You know what we've been asking for is to separate these piles.
If you look at the last meeting, you said it was not done until every bit of it's gone. No separation.
Okay.
That was not
So,
even a talk
So
at
we're
that
going to
point.
work on mitigation. So Mr. Harmon just said that his plan is to get it moved,
Now that we
hopefully
have
all of
this,
it,
yes.
which is great. I understand that. However, it doesn't take care of the mitigation measures to stop the condition that we currently have. And I think you will both agree with that.
Well, again,
So-
I addressed the fact that we've been searching for ways to do it.
I understand that. This is the same conversation that I specifically, I don't think Commissioner Lindsay was here, with 49 squares. We've been going around this circle, chasing this thing for a long time, and we keep getting the same answers to us. Well, we're gonna, somebody says they're gonna buy this here, somebody's gonna do this, somebody's gonna do this, and we're still kept holding the bag with all of the fires that create a lot of difficulties to a lot of people in this county. There's health, safety, and welfare that come along with smoke.
I understand that.
So,
But be in compliance.
finish.
You've always said it wasn't done until
Let
it's
me
gone.
finish here.
Like last time I was here, you thought it should have been done,
I
gone.
said, get it
That's totally
mitigated.
different, no.
Okay, well, let me
You
make
said the
this real
pile
clear
gone.
to you, and I'm going to speak, and don't interrupt me again.
Then can I speak?
You can when
Okay.
I'm done.
In my turn, okay.
So, you understand that the mitigation measure that has to be taken right now is the piles have to be separated. They have to be probed. And that
Excuse me, but
they can
that's-
stay
that's-
on
That's not
site.
in the information you sent.
They can stay on site, and you have the time to work to get them dispersed wherever you need to go with those. So that's what we're looking at. We're looking at nothing more than a fire mitigation plan right now, because that's all we're focused on right now, nothing else. Is this one mitigation plan and this measure to bring that into compliance. You have plenty of real estate there. You do have the room from what the GIS is showing. I mean, I'm just estimating by what I see that you have enough real estate to separate these into those piles. Is that correct or not?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, so that's the difference from what I'm talking about, from jumping from a different standard to a different standard. We would like to have got into compliance with this. Your compliance, the last two meetings, was the pile needs to be gone to be in compliance. That was your words. You.
Okay. Well, I'll go back and review the
His-
meeting on the
okay.
camera. So if
I
I
have-
said that,
I have
right now,
both.
let me clarify it.
How come you're interrupting me when I'm talking?
Go ahead.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Jarman, would you come up, please?
Interject real quick here, without getting into semantics and who said what. It was stated Mr. Spratland was there in August, and if indeed he said cut a 90-foot wide path between this pile to separate it, Why was that not done as a minimum at that point or to date? If that was the original conversation, barring any other documents, any other requirements, that never was even attempted.
Did you bring all your cartoons that you've been personally attacking everybody with?
Okay, I think we need to.
Come on, Mr. Jarman, Mr. Haley.
Whoa, somebody's lost it.
No,
Yeah.
go look on your
Mr.
Facebook.
Mr.
sir.
Harmon, I almost would recommend that you do your talking for your company, because I don't want this to get out of hand. I will address something that you did say, Wade, and this is to anybody and everybody. I definitely agree that personal attacks should not be held to anybody, whether it's a company, whether it's somebody personal. And I want to send that message to everybody. I don't care what side of the political aisle you're on. I don't care if you're male or you're female. Respect has to get back out there, and personal attacks to anybody, one way or the other, are not acceptable.
I met with Mr. Spratlin, Mr. Zion.
You got to
and
stay
Mr. Powers.
close to the mic now.
Oh, sorry. A few months ago at Ironwood with Wade, looked at the piles, and Mr. Powers asked if we'd be willing to take some of the wood chips at the landfill, and yes, we would. I hadn't heard anything else from that point until the 12th, when your lady Cherie called and said they would like to start bringing us wood chips to the landfill. And I said, fine, give us a couple days to get a spot ready. We got the spot ready. It was ready Monday. She called that Friday and said Wade would be calling on when they would be bringing trucks. And I said, I haven't heard anything and still haven't. That's about the extent of my involvement with this. So unless you have some questions.
Okay. Ian, do you want to go ahead and, thank you, Mel.
Okay.
Give us that statute.
Yeah, so I think that Mr. Hartman raised the question of statutes or codes that would be applicable here. And I would just point to the threshold standards in the Montezuma County Land Use Code. And those are 1201.2 in the Land Use Code as a section. Talks about fire and explosive hazards. National Fire Protection Association standards and any other fire code or standard employed by the appropriate fire district shall apply. And so if you go outside of those, then you're in violation of the threshold standards and in violation of your high impact permit. There's other threshold standards specifically pertaining to significant adverse impacts, actions that pertain to the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Montezuma County. And I think Commissioner Candelaria talked about that. And so that's another standard that we look at in terms of high impact permit operations and the land use code. When you go outside of that, you're exceeding those threshold standards and you're in violation. And then there's also fire and wildfire protection standards in the land use code that talk about maintaining safe environments and not affecting other properties in the area. And so those are the specific provisions of the land use code that pertain.
This is Mark Hartman again. So I think you were specifically referring to that section 22, the fire and explosive hazards.
Yeah, and that's on the threshold standard summary that was submitted in the initial high impact permit. I was actually referring to specific provisions in the Montezuma Land Use Code.
Okay, but when you did reference the section 22 there, it specifically says no hazard concerns with the proposed high impact permit, mitigation by employees to store certain products in areas which accommodate safety concerns. So I've been in business for 35 years, and I've dealt with this exact requirement all the time, and it refers specifically to having flammable or toxic materials like gasoline and oils and other toxic materials that you're storing certain products in areas which would accommodate safety concerns. So it actually doesn't, you'd really have to stretch, I think, to try to apply that to a pile of wood chips. Now, I could be wrong, and you could certainly talk about that we're storing the wood chips, but we're not storing them because they're not in a room. They're, on top of the land. And again, my goal here today is not to get in the weeds. I'm actually trying to not fight with anybody. We just want to understand clearly what the requirements are, and I think now we definitely do, in terms of the size of the pile, the spacing of the pile, understand all that. And again, my hope is that that we can come to a resolution where, again, maybe we can use as the hammer, if you will, that the high impact permit will either be put on pause or won't be reinstated until such a time as we're in compliance. Because the one thing that we cannot guarantee unequivocally is the time factor, is how long it'll take. We have, like I said, we have one guy that I don't know his original thought, but he, by the end of summer the pile might be all gone. So if that's the case, then maybe the piles can be in compliance before then. We just don't know until that process starts. And we don't have the money today, and I know you don't want to talk about money, but we just don't have the money today to send 4 machines there and take care of the whole thing in 6 weeks. We just can't do it.
Okay. Anything else?
So I guess one last thing. On the November 17th email that we've been talking about here, the item number 6 on that email was your plan on removing the biomass product now and over the next 5 years. So that was what was originally asked of us on November 17th.
And I understand, and Wade, we talked about this, that a plan moving forward is essential and critical. It can't just continue to happen.
I
So
agree
once you
completely.
get it mitigated one time, it has to stay in compliance for eternity. So your plan talks about moving forward. We're not talking about that right now. We're talking about right now, today, and what we have to do.
This was talking about,
Well,
the
okay.
pile that's out there.
So in fact, the plan that Wade submitted, in my opinion anyway, goes above and beyond what you guys ultimately are asking for in terms of getting in compliance. And I think the biggest thing that you guys didn't like about the plan, I'm guessing a little bit, but was the fact that we couldn't commit to a time frame. And that's the plan itself, though, was solid. So we, at the end of the day, we will do everything that we can to get into compliance, and we understand that we will not be allowed to operate until we do. And certainly the look forward plan is to not ever add to the pile, and certainly continue to reduce the pile as time goes on. And again, depending on this one resource that we've currently found that's willing to take the chips, depending on how quickly he takes them, it's possible that we could be in compliance. Again, I hate to give you a date because I really don't know.
So let me ask you another question.
But it is a big pile.
Agreed. So are you saying that you just can't do anything at all? Is that what your statement is?
Until we bring in more investors into the business to get our move forward plan, the company itself does not have the resources to do anything significant today. I mean,
Okay,
I could,
so-
one thing that I would certainly agree to is and I would do, frankly, I would be willing to do this out of my personal pocket, would be to hire the guys that you had priced up what it would take to mitigate the piles. Go ahead and hire them for a week, which I think is $22,000, and see how much progress we can make in a week. But beyond that, I don't have $200,000 that I can spend to try to make it go away immediately.
So here's what I'm looking at is with your statement, and I'm sorry you're not in the situation that you wished you were in. But what if you don't get any investors for 5 years? You're asking me on this side for the same kind of time just to say, okay, do you understand where I'm at? I can feel your pain. I understand it. However, something has to be done. I mean, it can't, you can look for investors for a year. I mean, looking for investors is not an easy task. I understand the situation that you're in. And that could be, I mean, obviously you guys have been shut down for quite a while now, and you've been looking for investors probably since that time, since you have
We
no
actually,
employees.
we have not started that process yet. We're within days of starting that process. We've been putting everything together for the plan to be able to do that. So part of my issue today is that, again, going back to what the codes actually say, there's no timelines to any of this. So, and I'm talking about if you have a pile that's too big, you have to get it mitigated in this amount of time or else. And I don't know what the or else is. I don't know what the timeline is. I'm certainly, as a good citizen, I want to do everything possible that I can do to get into compliance. And it feels like the only real hammer you guys have in terms of enforcement is the high impact permit. But again, I acknowledge today that we already committed in our plan that we're not ever going to add to the pile. We put the plan together to mitigate the pile, and it wasn't accepted. So I'm not real sure
Plans
what else
without timelines are seldomly ever accepted.
So let me just say this, because I think it's important to understand, because there's been some talk about timelines today. But I think it's important to understand that we don't necessarily look at a timeline and how long it takes to get something that's out of compliance into compliance. The land use code is really clear. It says the validity of an approved permit is contingent on continued compliance with the performance standards and conditions of the land use code. And so, in essence, when something gets out of compliance, it's out of compliance. And it's not a matter of having 6 weeks or 2 months or 6 months or 2 years to bring it back into compliance. It's out of compliance as of the day it's out of compliance.
Well, and based on that, I'm 100% in favor of suspending our permit until such time as we get into compliance.
So, Commissioner, it is a public hearing. If we've heard from everybody, I would suggest that we open it up to public comment, and then after that, we can certainly talk about the options that the commission has.
Sure. Okay. with that, we do have some people on Zoom. I am going to call you last and give the opportunity to the people here in the audience first. Before I open this up to public comment, we are talking about specifically the fire mitigation plan. We're talking about nothing else. That's all we're talking about. So any other comments relating to anything other than that, I will stop you. And I will also ask that respect is given within all of your comments and that this does not get out of order.
And Commissioner, just very briefly, certainly the reason we're here today is really because of the chip pile. And so I think that comments about the chip pile are really what's pertinent to your decision at this point.
Correct.
What I would add, though, is that in reviewing this high-impact permit, there are a lot of threshold standards that apply to a high-impact permit. So, I don't think it's advisable to limit public comment just to that. But that being said, I think that that's why we're here today. And so I think everybody should understand that probably making comments pertinent to why we're here is going to be in everybody's best interest and probably what is really going to be considered by you guys. That said, I don't think we're in a position where we can limit public comment on this hearing to that specific threshold standard, because ultimately this is a review of the high impact permit, and so it's a pretty broad range.
Okay, with that, I will now open up public comment. When speaking, please come forward to the podium, state your name and address for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
John Godbout, 28,000 Road T. When we're speaking about timelines, we look at the March, obviously we have the March meeting between all the mills, and we're looking at the specific requirements. It took, it's literally reported in the journal what the requirements are in March of 2021. Literally states they have to be 250 feet long and under 25 feet tall, and temperature probes, and it mentions the temperature probes given to all the mills. And it's common sense. It doesn't. So since March, we've known that that needs to be done, and nothing near that has been done per that meeting. And I can't help that you have investors come and go, partners come and go. That's not the county's burden. That's for that communication. How many more investors are we going to have come and go? I have UCC filings that are public record on this from the Secretary of State of Colorado that lists all the equipment that Ironwood has had loaned to them. It's no longer on the property. It's got the serial numbers there, and it has a variety of investors that have come and gone, amendments that have come and gone. So what we're waiting on is a promise of hopefully an investor that has the money to fix a problem, or maybe never come at all, or come and bail. Again, not our burden of the county. I feel they say they've gone above and beyond, where I feel the county's gone above and beyond. We've had these timelines. We've given the answers to the test. Literally, highlight the red, change it to black, and put a completion date on it and start doing the work. And your plan is complete. The landfill manager, months ago, bring chips for free. Just get them here. Do the work to get them here, and we'll take a large portion. I think even that effort over the past few months would have been sufficient to maybe start considering keeping this high impact permit. However, not done. Again, the county offered to market free wood chips, free firewood for Ironwood. I see no evidence that that was marketed. There's no ability or intent here to complete this task. And for these reasons, not to mention, when I went to renew my business insurance living next door to Ironwood, they did not want to renew my insurance because of the fire hazard. I had to search out a new business liability insurance company. I'll provide that email to the county via email. I didn't want certain names to be public record. So that calls into question, does Ironwood have insurance? Or they currently have liability insurance? Because they don't have $214,000. My property is worth $750,000. The best case scenario of a fire is no loss of life, but there will be loss of property. If my insurance gets canceled, or our neighbors who's going to write that check?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next.
Hi, thank you, Commissioners, for allowing me to speak today. My name is Ingrid Ward. I'm at 15503 Highway 145 in Dolores. I provided Kim copies of the materials that I'm going to present today. It's basically a one-pager. And I have to apologize for my outburst earlier. I giggled because I think that Ironwood keeps referring to this email, this communication of my issue paper that I actually sent to you guys December 8th. And I actually have a hard copy of it along with the one-pager that I want to present to you today. And if you can think I can move mountains like that, and it is the email he's referring to, I would take a look at it. It might be of interest to you. I'm submitting a one-pager today which kind of summarizes some of the issues, particularly with the fire hazard. But on the back of that, I want you to pay attention to other issues that the community has been dealing with. And I appreciate Mr. Harmon, yes, his statement about wanting to be a good steward, want to be a responsible citizen of the, Dolores County, or a responsible business owner. But I think we've seen time after time again that that is not the case. In fact, the last time I was here, the arrogance, even today, that the company has shown. I have been in government for 30 years. I've been to plenty of public hearings. I've seen plenty of interactions. I've never seen such discontent live, to be honest with you. So what I'm suggesting on behalf of myself and other Dolores residents is that every permit is pulled from these individuals. I think that they need to clean it up. I think it needs to be done now. I think that I'm concerned. First of all, I have to say I'm pleased to actually see documents, because in the time I've tried to research this whole process for Montezuma County providing permits to individuals, I've not been very successful. And so my problem here really is our process. We need to change our process. How did this pile get so big? How come the community concerns for 2 years have not been heard by this commission? They've been complaining for 2 years. And I think we can do better. Even this public hearing process, I had to get the names up to put the Zoom link. But the Zoom link didn't even get activated until the public process, where they wanted to hear everything. So simple things like even attending these meetings online is difficult. So you're going to be hearing from me more about the process. I have ideas. You don't have to listen. You don't have to do them, but I would think that you could listen, and I think we can make this better for you guys and for the community that's out there. It may be too late for Ironwood, but it's not too late for the next one. And that's my comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next.
Good morning, Commissioners. Trent Bishop, 27522 Road T. I'd like to start by offering my condolences for the loss of your friend. We know that we recognize that, and I hate that for you all and for the county. I'll try to be as brief as I can. Listening to these gentlemen today, I think it's the responsibility of the business to know the land use code. Certainly as citizens, we were encouraged to learn the land use code, and we have, a number of us have learned it in the very short time that we've been dealing with these issues. What I see today is a complete disregard for public safety and for my personal safety as a neighbor who lives on a one-way road. If that fire starts, it's going to be really hard for me and my neighbors to get out of there. So I would like to see something done starting today, tomorrow, not whenever investors are found. These gentlemen seem to be focused on their business and their plan. Honestly, I don't care. Not my problem. Should have been in compliance. Let's get them in compliance now. They asked us to continue to ignore safety and land use code violations, including fire, dust, light, and sound that have been reported to you all previously. I think a big point I have is that these gentlemen have stood here today and told you they have no money to fix this problem. We know it's going to cost at least $200,000 to $400,000 to just separate the piles. Just some paper napkin math. I heard 70,000 to 80,000 dump truck loads. I don't know the business. Perhaps someone else can guess. I would assign it a $100 a load value to ship it to the landfill. That brings it to $7 to $8 million to remove those wood chips. I believe these gentlemen have previously stated they have about $4.5 million invested in Ironwood. That's almost double what they invested. They've created a $7 to $8 million pile of hazard. So I would like you to revoke the permit and make them completely reapply and not allow that reapplication until all those monies are repaid to whoever pays to clean it up, whether that be the county, the state, the federal level, individual contractors. Don't give a bad business more room to cause more harm to other people. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Melissa Valdez, 27501 Road T, Dolores. Thank you, Commissioners, the County Attorney, Sheriff Nallen, Fire Chief Mike Zion, and the Emergency Manager, and anyone else I forgot. I would like to speak about my concerns if Ironwood is able to keep running under high impact. In the last month plus, I have not noticed them doing anything to reduce the chip pile, which are huge and a fire danger. And with our area's lack of moisture, I feel it gets more dangerous by the day. I have concerns about myself and my husband and our neighbors being able to get out safely. And their direct neighbor is in a wheelchair and a paraplegic and a family friend, and I really have concerns about him and my direct neighbor who has an elderly mother living with them. And us being able to get out if a fire were to break out. I know the representative for Ironwood last meeting spoke about his concern of the mill would be the first to burn. That is not my concern. I think our concern should be about the human lives that could possibly be lost if such a disaster happened. They have not been doing a lot to clean up the property as requested of them over the past month. I only occasionally see equipment in the yard, and it only appears to be logging trucks. I have seen nothing happening with the chip pile. I think this speaks to the character of the company. They do not follow through and do not have the county or its residents in their best interest. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Thank you for the opportunity. My name's Gary Hart, 16570 Road, 28.4, Dolores County. Yeah, I've heard a lot of he said, she said, and also just kind of interpreting it as legal maneuvering. But the facts are, this is a clear and present danger that has to be done now to prevent life and possible property damage. So they don't have the money to do anything presently, so why should they be permitted to continue? I'm afraid the county or the government's going to be stuck with this. And if they are stuck with it, then they need to take steps to get the money back to take care of this problem. But it's a problem that we can't wait for investors. We just can't wait. You know, this, as I said, is a clear and present danger, and it has to be taken care of now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Lana Kelly, 28,000 Road T. I want to thank you for your time today. There has been intense anxiety, fear, and loathing in having significant business investment next door to Ironwood's 3-acre wood chip pile that is 30 to 60 feet high, depending on the exact spot. Not a day goes by that I don't worry for my safety and the safety of my residents and guests, which on any given day, depending on the season, can be 20 to 100 people. Many of them are seniors and elderly. For brevity, I will not go into the other nuisance violations that we have been through over the past, while they were operating. And I want to state that you had a meeting in March. The fact that you can't communicate within your organization is not our problem. I mean, that's just good business practice, and it can't be used as an excuse. Back in October 2021, and we wouldn't be here right now if you would have paid attention to that meeting, and the moving target that you keep talking about, it's moved because it's increased since then. Okay, I'm sorry. Back in October 2021, Ironwood had plans to install steaming vats, a partnership for an undisclosed location of a pellet mill, workforce housing for 100 plus employees, an additional land purchase with rezoning to high industrial, and formal written permit for 24/7 operations. That's what they were asking for back in October. I think we can all agree that this requires a substantial amount of capital. I find it strange that only a few months ago, Ironwood had all the capital to do this, or they would not have requested the additional permit. Now that it has become clear to them they will have to adhere to the land use code with regard to threshold violations and be accountable to a fire mitigation plan going forward and address a current fire hazard threatening the entire county where there's no capital. On January 6th, it was documented in their submitted fire plan they cannot afford to take the wood chip waste out, which they have actually confirmed that. So I just want to know what happened to all the capital for grandiose ambitions that were in the October 14th application. They spent little to nothing on mitigation in our neighborhood to be a good neighbor while reporting they were meeting all the requirements of the special use permit all that time. This was not true. We would not be here today if that was not the case. They've been given opportunity after opportunity by the county and the neighbors to mitigate their nuisance and hazards that were out of compliance. And we've already talked about this. Everything the county's done, gone above and beyond to try to work with them, to try to help them get into compliance.
Time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Deborah Gentilini at 16570 Road 28.4. In listening to Ironwood's mitigation plan, there really isn't a plan. I'm hearing the Salt Lake City company might do this. They're still testing their chips to see if it's viable. And then the thing about an incinerator, I mean, what is that going to do to the pollution control and in the air quality that we love here in Colorado? That's why we live here. We like clear air and mountains and outdoor activities. This incinerator, to me, does not sound like a good plan. It isn't even a plan, so thank you.
Thank you. Next.
I'm Mary Ranney, 16715 Highway 145, Dolores. First, I want to thank all of you, and including the gentlemen that have come up and spoken, for all the research that you've done and all the hours and hours that you've spent checking out, what was real and what you had heard was real. I just have a couple quick things. From what I understand about making pellets, it has to be clean wood that's used. I'm not at all sure that the mixture of wood that is in those piles right now is going to meet the specifications that Salt Lake City is requiring. If it doesn't, then what? The other question, we keep talking about timelines, and I appreciate the fact that this gentleman said that he would, out of his pocket, pay for a week's worth of work. What happens after that? At what point can or is the county willing to step in and take this over? Because these timelines are just a space in time, and we need to have some deadlines, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Hello, my name's Diane Wren. I'm at 16802 Road 27. I'm very pro-business. I've owned a business in this county and city for 31 years. But I have to say, and I'm not going to be personal, but I've never heard so many stories about how someone runs a business without paying attention to the codes and the compliance of a county and city. It's beyond me. There's many rules, but it's not difficult in this county to obey and listen to them and be part of the community here. It's not hard at all. As far as fire mitigation goes, I have spent the last 8 years on my own property, hiring a chipper, working with people, because I am terrified of fire. This community, this area, this part of Colorado is dry, 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 and it's unfortunate. This winter is not so far turning what we need. So I spend most of my time, as well as my neighbors, really looking after our properties to prevent the worst from happening, which is loss of life, animal life, and our homes. We love it here. I see that mill across 2 canyons from me. It's, as the crow flies, it's probably a mile away, and I am absolutely petrified. So I would hope that the county really would revoke and not listen to any more possibilities for any permits for this business to continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Okay, with not seeing anybody else in the room, I will go to Zoom. I am going to ask you to raise your hand, and you will turn on your camera and be visual during this process. So whoever wants to raise their hand first, Zoom, you are next. Okay, Zoom, you are next if you would like to speak. Okay, with that, seeing none, we will come back into the room here. And no other comment, I'll go ahead and close the public comment session of this meeting. And we'll move on. So, Attorney McLaren.
Yeah, so commissioners, at this point, you've got some options in front of you. At this point, you can do nothing based on what you've heard and leave things as they are. You can suspend Ironwood's high impact permit for a period of time, pending them coming into compliance. And certainly it would be appropriate if you do take that option to set some hearings out to monitor compliance. Your other option at this point would be to revoke Ironwood's high impact permit. Certainly if you do revoke Ironwood's high impact permit, that wouldn't preclude Ironwood from going through the high impact permit process in the future. They could always apply for a new high impact permit, but that's an option in front of you. Really, those are your 3 options at this point in time. Again, I just want to run through the things that you need to think about today in making this decision. You have to look at whether this is going to generate any significant adverse impacts on other property in the area. That's a piece of this, and certainly we heard evidence today about the fire danger, and it's your guys' job to decide what sort of risk that poses to properties in the area. You also have to look at threshold standards and whether threshold standards are being violated in the way they weren't being violated at the point that this permit was issued. Certainly the land use code is clear, and I'll say it again. When permits do not maintain compliance, they are subject to suspension or revocation. And so we heard a lot of talk about timelines today and how much time one might have to get into compliance after they've been out of compliance. Ultimately, when a high impact permit is issued, the expectation is that the company or the recipient to that permit will remain in compliance with that permit. If they go out of compliance with that permit, the land use code allows you to suspend or revoke the permit. And so that's really what you need to consider today. I mean, I think specific threshold standards in the land use code that are relevant to the discussion are the fire and explosive hazards, the other significant adverse impacts, in essence, things that pertain to the health, safety, and welfare of citizens of Montezuma County. And so that's really the threshold standards that I think are very pertinent today and that you need to think about in formulating your decision. Do you have any questions for me?
No, we have
Could
three
I,
options.
before
and
you move on,
one
could
is
I
not
make
an
one
option.
comment, please?
Go ahead.
So when you're looking at making this decision between revoking the permit and suspending the permit, I would just ask you to consider as a business. Frankly, I'm way more motivated to try to find a way to get into compliance if the permit is suspended. If it's revoked, do I just walk away? What motivation really is there for me to go out and continue to invest if I really have to start all over again? And if suspension is an option, we're certainly not gonna continue to operate until we get into compliance. So it would certainly make my job easier in the future if you could consider suspending the permit until we can get into compliance. And if you want to put extra conditions on that, I'm certainly open to any condition that you might put on a suspension as opposed to a revocation.
And so I'll just answer this briefly because I think there are some legal aspects to why one might be motivated to get a property into compliance when it's not in compliance. There are civil actions that could be taken. That pile's going to need to be mitigated, and there's going to be costs involved. And there are legal ramifications and ways that those costs can go back to a property owner. That said, I think the other aspect of this is why would one be motivated to get into compliance? Well, there's a huge problem there. There's a huge safety concern there. And so it's partially about being a good citizen and a member of the community. And Ironwood was granted a high impact permit by this commission. So there's a legal aspect, and then there's a, I hesitate to use the word, but moral aspect to it all. Ironwood came in, they utilized Montezuma County, they made Montezuma County their home, and so those, I think, are the reasons that one might want to get into compliance. And I think as an attorney, it's really my job to address the legal aspects. And just because the high impact permit would be suspended or revoked, it doesn't mean the problem just goes away and one can just simply walk away from the situation.
Gentlemen, I
Can
come
I say one thing?
into this later on. I didn't take seat till January of last year. But I've sort of followed this, and in looking at some of this, there is a heightened sense of awareness of fire in this community, and drought elevates that sense. So we do have a danger there. But what strikes me in looking back and going over some of the records is you were granted a high impact permit on the 22nd of October, 2019. Before that, there was hearings, all kinds of meetings, but in that, you guys signed a wildfire mitigation. You realized that it was in the plan. And that was signed even before the impact permit was given. And during my time setting up here with you guys in here, I've heard you're looking, you're trying, but I see no doing. I see nothing happening. And rather revoke or suspend this, it looks to me like either way, we're going to be stuck with this pile. Because you guys have not proven yourselves to be a good owner out there. And we've seen a litany of people paraded in and out here with different faces all the time. So I can't, I'm sorry, fellas. I would say we revoke this permit.
I'm like you, I came in late. I came in February of last year. I guess one of my questions is why you guys let it go so long before it became an issue.
Why did you let it go so long?
I wasn't here, sir. That's why I'm asking.
So I think at this point, we've heard from the parties, and I think it's time to hear from the commissioners, and it's time for you guys to make a decision.
Yep. You know, Mr. Harmon, I appreciate you wanting to take something out of your own pocket, but as an owner, you are, just in my opinion, the first one to take something out of your pocket to move something forward with. And I did sign your high impact permit. I was on the commission in 2019 and absolutely want you guys to succeed. We waived high impact or road permits for you guys to help to succeed. We as a county are excited. Our forest health, the logging, there are a lot of implications that what you are producing is very good for this community. And I want you to succeed. However, now we're faced with something that is by far greater as far as fire, and nothing is being done. So I have a question for you, and I know there are a couple people here that were around in 2002. I had the opportunity of working up at Mesa Verde National Park, protecting all of the structures up there. That was probably one of our worst droughts we've had up to this point in time. And we put up temporary, basically outside, a sprinkler system like you would see inside a building. We basically set it up outside at Mesa Verde National Park. When that fire broke out at the top of that hill, we lost one structure, and correct me if I'm wrong, chiefs, through that entire event because of planning and mitigation measures set forth up front. So the question is, would you be willing, I mean, I'm just thinking, if a fire breaks out, if we had a water wall on your property, and it could be as simple as, I'm talking 4-inch irrigation pipe that would distribute a large amount of water in a hurry, not wetting the pile, not saying that. We're basically creating a wall of water at your property line. Is that something that you would be interested in? I mean, I'm just, and I have fire professionals in the back here, but my concern is that if there is a fire on that property, that it stays contained to that property and it goes nowhere else. But there has to be a way to stop it. And right now there's no way to stop it. Would you agree with that?
If the plan was agreed to, and the one that was submitted with the dates and timeline, it would have been already been mitigated at that point to be able to do that.
Okay.
But no, there would be, I mean, we all like to have that wall of water. I just don't know if that would actually help if a large fire broke out like that. But that would be.
A fire is put out by 3 ways, right?
What's that?
A fire is put out in 3 ways, right? Take away the heat, take away the fuel, or cool it.
Yeah, usually on one of those type of fires,
So-
they're usually smoldered out. But
So is that in the form of a motion?
Yes, it is.
So I will.
And commissioners, before you make a motion, I think if you're going to make a motion one way or the other, I think it's important that you set forth the exact reasoning in relation to the land use code. And so I think it's important to identify the threshold standards that are being violated. And I don't know what your intent is in a motion, but I think it's important to set forth the issue and the reason for the motion.
So then, can I caucus for just a minute for legal advice? Would that be appropriate?
We don't have an executive session on the agenda for legal advice, but I think given the nature of this public hearing, I don't think it would be inappropriate to briefly go into an executive session.
Okay, well, do you have the CRS? I would like 5 minutes with you.
Give me 1 second.
I'll withdraw my previous motion and make a motion we go into executive session for a conference with the attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions under CRS Section 24-6-402, parentheses 4, parentheses B.
And I'll second it. So it's been moved and seconded to move into an executive session for a conference with the attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions under CRS Section 24-6-402, parentheses 4, parentheses B. All those in favor?
Aye.
And Commissioners, I would just note that the purpose of this executive session is to answer questions pertaining directly to this public hearing and the high impact permit that is in front of us today.
And that will also be added. And also added to that, we will have the clerk, Commissioners Lindsay, Candelaria, Attorney McLaren, and Administrator Powers in this meeting. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And Ian, when you
like to move we come out of executive session.
And I'll second it. It's been moved and seconded to come out of executive session and continue the hearing that we are in right now. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. I think we are ready to make a decision unless you have anything else, Commissioner, that you'd like to add.
No, I don't. After lots of discussion within the county here and over these period of months, years, I would move that we revoke the permit based on significant adverse conditions presented to the surrounding properties and also significant fire danger.
And I'll second it. Can I have that piece of paper? So it's been moved and seconded to revoke the high-impact permit to Ironwood for a significant fire to the surrounding areas and significant fire danger. Any other discussion?
Chairman, I have the permit numbers highlighted on your screen.
And that's what we need.
And that permit number would be permit number 675, and special use permit 07-2019. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And so just for everybody's information and Ironwood specifically, I will issue a written, or the commission will issue a written order pertaining to this within 10 days, and I'll get a copy to the Ironwood folks. The other thing that I think everybody needs to understand is just because this permit's been revoked today, it doesn't necessarily preclude Ironwood from applying for a high-impact permit in the future. It doesn't preclude the possibility of that being looked at. Everybody's got an opportunity to apply for these permits, and just because a permit's revoked doesn't mean that takes it off the table in the future. And so I think that's important to understand. And then, other than that, I think, we still have a significant issue there, and we need to address it. And so, I'm hopeful that we can continue to work with Ironwood to get that situation addressed. Because ultimately, again, it is a significant hazard.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Close the hearing.
We will close this public hearing at this time. And that is all that we have on our agenda for this morning. We do have, actually, I take that back. We do have unfinished business. Gentlemen, thank you for your time. There's our decision. And I wish you good luck in the future.
You too.
All right, next we have Access CIP.
Did you want to do public comment that's not related to the public hearing?
I guess I can, yeah. I'll give him a minute to get outside.
Okay.
I forgot.
I think we're
way off on my,
Yep.
we got a little bit of time. If you guys are going to have communication, can I please ask you to step outside so we can continue our meeting?
Please move the conversations into the hall.
Okay, next we'll just have our regular public comment session. The Board of County Commissioners welcomes you to this meeting. Person speaking during public comment will be limited to 3 minutes, or depending on the number of people wishing to speak, it may be reduced to allow all members of the public the opportunity to address the board. When addressing the board, please state your name and address for the record prior to providing your comments. Comments to individual supervisors or staff are not permitted, and participants may not yield their time. With that, the standard public comment session is open.
Jay Balfour, Cortez Fire Protection District, 31 North Washington. I regret that I didn't get up and speak during the public comment of the previous public hearing, but a couple things that I believe would be for consideration for follow-up that I did not hear mentioned would be ensuring that the property owner holds insurance on the property. I think making sure that temperature probing is done daily, 11 a.m. daily, set a specific time and specific locations. Also, a fire watch. I believe that's prudent. If they really want to do something, a fire watch would be prudent. Also, a water tender on site from sunrise to sunset when the conditions are not freezing or during non-freezing conditions. And then consider a possible video monitoring to make sure there are no nefarious acts or vandalism occurs on the property that would cause issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next. Okay, with that, I will close the public comment session and we'll move on into our unfinished business. First thing we have is our CIP contract.
And commissioners, the commission did vote when we discussed the CIP to award the EMT services to Cortez Fire and the clinician services to Axis. And all this is, and Attorney McLaren has looked it over, all this is the contract for those services.
That's correct, Commissioner. I looked it over. This is what we need.
Straightforward, okay.
Yep.
Make a motion, we approve the contract for Community Intervention Program, otherwise known as CIP, between the Montezuma County Administration, Colorado, and Southwest Colorado Mental Health Center Incorporation, DBA, Access Health System.
And I will second it, and it's been moved and seconded to accept the contract for Community Intervention Program, CIP, between the Montezuma County Administration, Colorado, and Southwest Colorado Mental Health Center Incorporation, DBA, Access Health System. Any other discussion?
No.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, we also have the opioid IGA.
And commissioners, I sent this to you yesterday after Attorney McLaren reviewed it. We've kept tabs on it the entire way along, and Attorney McLaren has confirmed that the final changes are minimal and do not adversely affect Montezuma County.
Move we sign and approve the Colorado Attorney General's interpretation of Section 5A of Colorado Opioid Settlement Memorandum of Understanding.
That was just one of the attachments.
And I will second it. So it's been moved and
So
seconded to accept.
let me slow you down for a second. I think we've got the wrong thing here. We're moving to.
You want the IGA?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
Draw the motion.
And that was just one of the attachments that's included with it.
Yep.
So we need, make a motion, we approve the Southwest Opioid Response District, otherwise known as SWORD, intergovernmental agreement of participation with local governments.
So this is all in reference to the IGA for the opioid?
Right.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, I'll second it. So it's been moved and seconded to accept the Southwest Opioid Response District SWORD intergovernmental agreement of participating local governments. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Next, we have our precinct boundary adjustments for the proposed new 12th precinct in Montezuma County.
Check out a folder.
In Dropbox?
Dropbox GIS.
Okay, let me get that up. Give me 1 second.
See, I think the goal here today is just to approve a resolution adopting the precincts that were reviewed at the commissioner meeting last week. And the other thing that I'm going to point out prior to having the commission look at adopting the resolution is, so we did add a tool. There was some comment as far as the timeliness of this and people getting information as far as knowing which precinct that they are in. We're going to be adding to the website on display number 3, Shack. It's on the elections homepage. What we're going to look at doing after this meeting, if the resolution is approved, we're going to update the voter precinct map. There's a PDF map that you can download. You can get a copy of the precinct map at no charge at the GIS office, printed out for you. Additionally, our main map viewer will have the new precincts on that map as approved. We also are going to be adding a tool where users can look up their precincts by typing in their home address. Just want to get with Kim and make sure that we get the language right, because this tool will not be verifying voter registration status. It would just be returning a result of which precinct you would be in based on the residential addresses in the county. But that might alleviate some of the confusion. People could get that information returned to them based on an address, and in working with the different caucuses, once we get information, we can also put that information as far as the caucus information, the upcoming caucus information in this tool as well, so that people can be, I guess, reprised as quickly as possible as those caucuses may be coming up. So that's all I have. Attorney McLaren drafted a resolution.
Yep.
And I have that resolution in front of me. Do you have a resolution number?
It's going to be Resolution 4-2022, and I know that this is the first resolution we're passing this year. However, we have resolutions for today that were turned in ahead of this. So,
okay.
Oh, sorry, I pulled up the wrong one.
It'll be for the precinct changes.
But I think the reason I mentioned that is the number.
Oh yeah, you're right. This one, this is a resolution amending budget, precinct. Here we go. And so this will be resolution 1, 2, 3. This will be resolution 3.
I move we approve resolution number 3-2022, authorizing the change in the precinct maps.
And I will second that. The only discussion I have on this, were you able to get a hold of the major parties and set them up for our next workshop so that we can definitely go over this with them so that they have a...
I have not got a hold of them yet, but it is on my to-do list, and I'll contact Alan Mays right now.
Well, we need both major parties. So
Correct.
With that, we'll move forward with it. So it's been moved and seconded to accept resolution number 3, 2022, a resolution approving the 2022 precinct changes. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, and with that, we are going to give our reports this afternoon. We'll be back at 1:30 with our public services. So we will break for lunch.
We good.
Okay, it is 1:30 and welcome back to the January 25th BOCC meeting. We're going to go into our public services reports, and Miss Montoya and Miss Lori, come forward.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon. Good
Jack,
afternoon.
Ian,
Good afternoon.
Kim. I'm kind of losing my voice, but I'll get through.
Who
Then
have you
go
been screaming
home.
at?
Oh, it was all football afternoon on Sunday. I was screaming at everybody.
Good or bad?
It turned out good for me.
Those were some pretty exciting games.
They were Super Bowl games, Super Bowl quarterbacks. Oh, I'll better calm myself down here.
No Teddy Bridgewater on Sunday night.
No Teddy. And who's the other guy? I forgot the other quarterback. Drew Lock. Maybe next year.
That's their motto, isn't it?
What's that?
Isn't that their motto?
The what?
Isn't that the Broncos' motto?
Oh, we'll be back next year?
Maybe next year?
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
We're going to catch it for that. Anyway, we reviewed the record of proceedings and move we approve the record of proceedings for the minutes from November 23rd. Nope, that's not the date. December 8th, 2021.
And I'll second it. So it's been moved and seconded to accept the record of proceedings for the regular meeting Tuesday, December 28th, 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, next we have the expenditures.
Want me to blow that up some?
No, don't.
I meant the font, not the amount.
I move we approve the expenditures for social services for December 2021 in the amount of $2,806,390.45. That's hard to say.
Yes, it is.
Glad Commissioner Ertel is no longer around. I would be picking him up. Anyway.
Yeah.
I don't
will
want.
second
My
it.
phone might vibrate any moment now.
It's been moved and seconded to accept the payables for the Department of Social Services for December 2021 in the amount of $2,806,390.45. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
None of the rest of you spent that much in December, did you?
Just to give you an update on EBT card issuance, because I asked the state for some data pre-COVID and what's current. So in 2019, we had 213,178 cards issued. 2020, we had 237,000 issued.
I'm sorry, Gina, do they get issued a new card every month?
I believe that's how it works, but I'm not sure. That's what it says here.
Because I know we don't have 200,000 residents in
No, but I'm
Montezuma.
talking about the total amount from January through December.
Oh, I thought you were talking about number of cards.
The number of cards from January through December, it went to 213,000 cards in 2019. That's for the whole year
And that's just in Montezuma County?
in Montezuma County, because I asked for Montezuma County only. And as you can see over the years, 2020 was 237,000 cards. And then last year, you will not believe this, there were 289,000 cards issued for the whole year. So there's almost 50,000 cards issued more from 2020 to this year, to 2021 from the last year in December.
I mean, if there are 289,000 cards issued divided
Yes.
by 12 months, that's 24,000 cards a month.
That's correct.
That would be almost every single resident of the county.
Within a couple thousand people.
Yeah, the 18,000, 16,000, 18,000 in May, 22,000. That's what I got from the EBT data. And I'm trying to find out what the total amount tied to those cards are, because, you know, we could get a number of cards issued per month, but how many, what are the monies tied to the total amount of cards issued? That's a number I am not able to get from the state. And I will share this with you too.
But you know, that's a
That's
lot of cards issued every month. I mean,
It says total EBT cards issued.
For
Per
the
month.
entire year, but like Shaq is saying, 24,000
A month.
cards.
That's a lot of
That's-
cards.
yeah.
With,
Well, Rodana, our EBT person, has gotten a copy of this, so I'm gonna keep asking the questions, because like you said, that's a lot of cards for this county.
yeah, I would do some more checking and verify that, because that doesn't seem.
I don't know. It says right here.
Yeah, those numbers bear real investigation.
I'll investigate some more, because I was like freaking out.
Yeah.
I don't think there's only 2,000 people in this county not getting assistance. Not-
Well, even for food
not even
stamps,
close, I mean.
for food stamps alone, enrolled last month was 4,572 people were enrolled.
That's new?
This was for November. So those that are eligible but not enrolled are 5,305. So basically, we had 46% enrolled in food stamps that are eligible. So you're looking at almost 5,000 folks enrolled in food stamps alone. And we're not talking about CCAP or old age pension or Medicaid. Because right now for Medicaid, we have 11,000 enrolled, which is 98% that are eligible and are enrolled. Then we have 220 folks who are eligible but not enrolled. So that's the other 2%. So just wanted to hand those out to you. I will further investigate, but I'm going to show you what Health Care and Policy Finance sent me a day ago. We have 2 vacancies at our department now. We have an APS caseworker vacancy, and we also have an eligibility tech vacancy, and we're hoping to fill those soon. Because we had 2 people who resigned.
Okay.
So now Shaq has brought up a document where we need to review with you all regarding our budget. I want to clarify that we are not overspent, so I don't want you guys to get worried about us being overspent, because we're not. We're just looking at the line items. So if you look at foster care line item, I don't know, Shaq, can you show the other? Did Lori give you the other? Not that one. There's this one. Did you send him this one? Yeah. It has program name at the top. Or would it be the next one? Okay, see that? This here you will see. Well, this, not that one. I want the other one where it says a negative 7%. Do you have that one? It's the next one probably. Nope. Where's this one at? Okay, so you'll see foster care, we're at negative 7%, and food stamps a negative 4%. So we have to make 2 line adjustments for those line items. And so what we had to do was move money from LEAP and old age applications to these 2 line items so they can be at 0%. So the old age pension and, and LEAP, we're going to cover the amounts that are lacking in foster care and food stamps. Because a lot of times when we budget, we can predict, but we're not always like 0%, you know, that doesn't happen typically.
A budget's just an estimate of what
It's
you
just
think
an
will
estimate.
happen.
And as you know, food stamps went considerably up this year, and so did foster care. We have something like 15 dependency neglect cases in our courts currently. Our foster care has gone up. So you're going to see those line items being at a minus, which we're going to have to adjust out of the LEAP monies and also the old age pension. So that's what we did. And if you look at that one where it says 0, we made it to a 0% on both line items. And then the last one that you were showing, Shaq, you will see where those monies came out of. Like the decrease came out of LEAP and OAP. The decrease came out of LEAP and OAP, and they went into foster care and food stamps. And they are showing the amounts to equal the $505,000, and it has to equal that, and it has to be at a 0 balance. The fund balance is 0 balance, which means that the county doesn't have to pick up any of this. It comes out of social services. So we wanted to show you this in writing, and the reason that we're showing you this is that our auditor is recommending that you see these things and that you go ahead and sign.
Well, and it needs
Yeah.
to be approved in the form of a resolution. And Kim, in the packet I printed for you, it's got the resolution number on it.
I have it.
2-2022.
Yeah.
2-2022.
So really, it's just a budget adjustment.
That's
all
correct.
this
It's just an amendment to
So,
the budget, which couldn't be done prior to finishing December.
No, we couldn't do it back then. We could only do it this month.
So then I would move that we accept resolution number 2-2022 for the change of the 2021 budget to show the fund balance of 0 after moving money out of LEAP and QAP. Or OAP.
I'll second the motion.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to accept the resolution to the change of the 2021 budget. Resolution number 2-2022. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
So if you have any questions, let me know. If we need to discuss anything further, let me know. We're always available.
I have a question.
Let me do the research
It's
first.
going to get me in trouble. But
That's never good when you start a question that way.
But you don't have those thoughts in late at night, early in the morning.
You and I do? Okay.
We have a large problem with addiction tendencies in Montezuma County.
Yes.
And I see Arlena Yazzie is going to address some of that in a class for addictive tendencies for social services.
I haven't seen any memo from Arlena yet.
I think it's through public health, right?
Public health.
Is it through public health?
Yeah.
No.
But it has to do with what we're talking about.
Is it for staff? Some kind of training?
I
for?
don't think so.
Is it for all clients that we can refer to?
I think so. I would contact Arlena and find out.
Okay, because I know it's gone up ever since I've come here. I think a lot of our dependence and neglect cases have substance abuse issues across the board. And I think currently we have like 3 DNA cases that involve fentanyl. And that's a synthetic opiate, which is like 50 to 100 times stronger than morphine. And can you imagine that? You know, it's just like, and it's a big problem in our community.
I think it's really interesting. When I started child protection work, a lot of the trainings that I went to early on at the state talked a lot about the problem of opiates and fentanyl and how that was spreading around the state. And we really didn't see it here for the first several years I was here.
Yeah.
We didn't see it, at least in the child protection realm. I mean, we certainly heard information that it was around, but we didn't see it. And in the last couple of years, it pops up increasingly in our child protection cases. I worked on several cases that involved opiate abuse and fentanyl abuse, and now we do have other cases that involve that as well. So it's here, and I don't think it's big news to anybody. I mean,
And I think you all know that it's hard to get the treatment too, you know, when you have to go out of county and you have to go to Denver or Colorado Springs or whatever. It's just not a good thing for our community. And for our parents who have children, you know, they need to get better in order to have their children return home. And if they're not getting better, guess where the children stay? In long-term foster care, and that's not good.
I just pulled her email up, and it's Introduction to Bridges Out of Poverty, which is kind of a whole focus of, just like you said, you know, a little bit of everything. So that's kind of what that related to, Gina, if you haven't seen that email.
I haven't seen it. In fact, there was a training that we were going to do in the year 2019 with Bridges Out of Poverty, but then COVID came and we couldn't have it, and I was inviting the whole community to come to that training, and we have the workbooks available. At some point when COVID dies down somewhat, I would like to bring that training on board, and it's coming from La Plata, the person who does it. Her name's Eve Pressler. Did she mention her name in that email?
No.
Okay.
I just sent it to you.
Okay, thank you.
So you have that. I don't have any questions. I'm still trying to catch my breath.
Okay.
From the numbers that I just read.
Yeah, me too.
Okay.
Thank you.
ladies. Have a great rest of your day.
To condolences regarding Commissioner Joe.
Thank you.
You know, he's going to be missed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next on our agenda we have Sarah Kuhn from our Veteran Services.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. I wrote this letter
And I'll just read it. It says, "Dear Commissioners, I wanted to take this opportunity to formally thank you for the opportunity to continue working with Montezuma County and our local veterans as the Veteran Service Officer. In my 7 years in this office, I've seen so many positive changes in our local veterans' lives. Being a part of that has been very rewarding, and I truly enjoy the opportunity. When Rick retired, the question posed to me often was, what will happen to our veteran office? I'm truly grateful to be able to tell them that our county takes very good care of our veterans, and our office will continue to run seamlessly, and the transition will not be a difficult one, and that our dedication to them will not change and will continue to strengthen. I look forward to continue the advocacy and helping our veterans get the benefits they deserve, and thank you for allowing me the privilege of serving you and our local veterans."
Very nice, thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. So I'm going to bring you nothing but good news today. I mean, after the morning you've had, I figured I'll go easy on you. I'm not there's nothing. We're marching along. Everything's going great in the office. So 2022 is starting off really, really well. We've seen in December of 2021, we saw 529 people total through phone calls and appointments. The financial report, I included November and December because I didn't get November in December's report, so that's there. December's office activities, 2021 was 97. We were up 3 from 2020. Total clients assisted 529. We had 4 new clients. Year to date is 69 new client visitors. We made 1 home visit, 1 outreach event, and we filed 8 claims in December. Let's see. That's not the whole report, is it? Wow. So the highlights for the year, let's see, for our indirect income, for decisions, we had 12 favorable and 0 unfavorable decisions. New monthly payments, that equates to $16,493.49. And our new annual total was $197,921.88. Retro payments for the month of December was $130,912. We had some pretty good wins in December, which was really nice to see. So a review of the year, we had 1,401 clients in 2021. From January to December, the entire year, new monthly benefits was $162,571. New annual, $2,490,487. And retro payments for the entire year was $1,237,970,000. So 2021 was a really good year. I'm pleased with the numbers. We're down a little bit on visitors. I think 2021 has actually been harder on our veterans than 2020 was. They're still reaching out to us, though. They're reaching out to the local vet organizations. If we don't hear from a veteran, I'll make phone calls to them. Hey, haven't heard from you in a while. Are you okay? Same with our vet organizations. We have a list of high risk or elderly that we do keep in touch with on a regular basis. So we're trying really hard to just kind of keep track of everyone and make sure we're all doing okay, which is really important for everyone in our community. Any questions at this point?
No, ma'am?
All right, that's all I have then.
Well,
That
that's-
sounds like
that's
things
good.
are
I
going
mean,
well.
That's a lot of retro pay,
Yeah.
and that's all back into this county. That's huge.
Yes.
For 2021, good job.
Yes, thank you. It's the veterans' dedication as well to continue with their claims. So, yeah.
Awesome.
It's big stuff. Yeah, and then even like January is looking really well as well. I just was working on them this morning and had eight favorable conditions this morning alone. So January's numbers are looking really good. Some things that we're kind of dealing with VA-wise, there are staff shortages across the VA. The Durango Clinic is not open to people in person. So there's a lot of frustration from our Durango veterans right now because it's all telehealth. This happened last year as well. So we're just trying to keep them moving forward. They are accepting telehealth appointments. So there's delays in medical care, there's delays in prescriptions, things like that. And so we've kind of stepped up just to make sure that they're actually getting to the proper people and getting the phone calls made that they need so that they're not missing things. Frank has been continually training. He's a beast when it comes to this stuff. It's absolutely amazing how well he's doing. He just submitted this week for his VSO certification, which is awesome. We're looking at the national certification sometime this spring as well. They haven't announced any training dates on that. VFW is scheduled also the stand down. Usually it's traditionally on the 18th. They've scheduled it for the 17th to keep it on a Saturday. So everyone's kind of gearing up for that and prepping for that event as well. They're hoping to double the numbers again. So we'll see what happens there. So.
Really appreciate it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Thank you
very much, Sarah.
You guys have a good week.
All right,
You too.
Jennifer Moko, Transportation. You are next. It's good afternoon now.
It's always morning somewhere. Don't
That's
listen to the
right.
negative.
Gotcha.
What kind of good news do you have for us?
I only spent $18,000 last month. Is that good news?
Yeah, I mean, comparatively.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
Yeah.
Of course, it was a little more than I spend normally, but we won't talk about that. We're doing pretty good at MoCo. We will have a couple of contracts to be signed. We'll have the one for the feasibility study. I just got all the paperwork in, so that should be coming soon. We also have the CDOT 5311 grant that we get every year. They did increase that from 98,806, which is what they were going to give us, to 142,390. So that's nice. So we'll have a little bit of a cushion there. Our rides in December were 572, just to kind of give you an idea. December 2020 was 354. So we're starting to climb back up. I continue to budget for 8 people because, eventually I hope to be fully staffed, but right now we're okay. We will have an overage this year again for the bus fund, right around 31,000. I haven't got all the numbers in yet, so as soon as I know that, I'll let you guys know. I will do next month I'll do our numbers for the year and our yearly update. I'm just waiting on some stuff to come in. So, and then I think that's it. I mean, we've been just plugging along. So,
Okay.
But I'm excited about that feasibility study. So.
When they gave you the scope of work for the feasibility study, Jennifer, did they include a timeline of when they expected deliverables on that? No. Okay.
I mean, they haven't given me that part yet. You kind of make your own. If they don't give you any, it'll probably be by the end of the year, is what I'm guessing. So I'm hoping to do that sooner though, because I'd really like to get that going, at least for the summer months. Get something going for that. So. Yep. Any questions?
Oh, man. Thank you very much.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Jonathan, Senior Services. Good
Jonathan?
afternoon.
Yeah.
Hey, John, I hate to interrupt. Could you just turn the mic on? I could hear you, but apparently YouTube can't. No
Want me
worries.
to go through everything again?
No.
I don't blame you.
Proceed.
I wouldn't want to hear me again either. So anyways, I think the numbers are good. And that's what I wanted to kind of impress upon you, is that we're doing good over there, and it's not to where it was pre-COVID, and that may still take a while, but can't complain about that, about the money coming in and even the people coming on site for meals. We feel comfortable about it right now.
Good.
So, thoughts, questions? Okay. Appreciate it. Yes.
In your last AAA meeting,
Yes.
did they decide to move the time on those meetings?
I don't believe they did, Commissioner. They're going to maintain them as is.
Okay.
Yeah, it's my understanding, yeah. I'll double check and let you know via email.
Okay.
I think you're correct,
Yeah.
because I got a call from Commissioner Ronnie Mays from Archuleta County. He called me, and he pretty much said the same thing, that they didn't.
Yeah, and I talked with the AAA director and Sue Fletcher, the chair of the governing board, this morning. Actually, we had a little conference call about some things, and it doesn't sound like they did.
Okay.
So, yeah.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
We'll
Okay.
do our best to get
Yeah,
that
yeah,
somebody
we
there.
yeah, appreciate it. It's needed. Appreciate you.
And the next meeting is in February?
For the AAA,
Yeah.
their governing board, I think Christina mentioned it's going to be the 17th, but I could be wrong on that, February 17th, but I could be wrong on that, because we don't participate in those necessarily.
Right,
We're
right.
advised of them, and I print materials out for some of the board members, but that's about it.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, and last but not least, we have Mr. CSU Extension and our new
The newbie.
agricultural and livestock agent. Yeah.
Thank you all. Good afternoon. Just like other departments, I'd first and foremost like to start off giving condolences to Commissioner Stevenson's family, particularly being a part of the agriculture community. When we lose someone that valuable in our ag community, it's a big loss to all of us. and just thoughts and prayers out to his family during this time and moving forward onto that. Want to start out with upcoming programs, and one big one is our livestock and forage grower update that's going to happen on February 17th. We're going to cover everything from wolves in Colorado, agri-ability, carbon and carbon markets, those nasty pest grasshoppers, some market updates, tax implications of drought, Anoa speaking on the climate outlook as well too, as some presentations in person in the afternoon as well, with more drought education and pest management as well too. Drought leadership training will be going on all throughout February and into March as well too. There's 2 water symposiums that'll be here in Cortez and also in Memphis coming up in February, and then a specific agri-ability workshop that we'll be doing in Pueblo Community College March 1st. That's going to deal with aging in rural America and more tax preparation for the agriculture community. A little update, Andrea Jeter, our 4-H program coordinator, will be taking some 4-H youth up to what's considered the Leadership Development Conference. That's sort of the tail end of the stock show up in Denver, and it's a great opportunity for some of our youth to gain valuable leadership and life skills, and meeting with representatives at the state capitol next Monday as well too. And with that, I am excited to announce to the, I guess, larger community at this meeting that took, some time, but we're here. And so our new agriculture and extension agriculture agent for Montezuma County, Miss Emily Lockard, and she's just going to talk a little bit more about her roles and responsibilities and hopefully her excitement for being here in Montezuma County.
Yeah, well, thank you all. I am excited to be here, excited to be in the job, 3 weeks in. My roles and responsibilities, I'll be working more with, I guess, larger farmers and ranchers. So, reached out to folks in the livestock community, trying to figure out, what resources can we offer, obviously, with the drought leadership planning, training that we're talking about, but then how can we bring that information back and then work one-on-one with interested, farmers and ranchers to try to navigate these difficult times. On that, kind of things that have been touched on previously, just thinking about also concerns with mental health for our farmer and rancher community. So these are really tough times, and this is a stressful time. And so we've been outreaching to people within the county, and then also some folks outside of the county who have different presentation for, say, like training folks like Greg and I, how to, navigate those conversations, but then also how do we, build support systems within our community for addressing mental health during these times.
And I think, this Friday, Arlena is doing specific mental health training for the public health that I will go over to get trained on as well too, called the COMET training.
Okay.
That Commissioner Stevenson did as well last year, that really looks at the agriculture community and the challenges they face for that, and we will be doing a hour-and-a-half long presentation at the Ag Expo in March, specifically on that training. Yep.
Yeah. So, who will I work with? Farmers, ranchers, if, you have a crop question, you want someone to come out for a site visit, trying to assess, pest issues, irrigation strategies, maybe considering some different crops that you want to add into your rotation or anything like that. I can also share, what research is being done in different areas, so what new things you might be able to consider in your operation. What drought-tolerant crops are going to make you a lot of money? That's the big question. And then, with that drought planning of how do you make decisions in a ranching operation, how do you make those decisions, when might you want to make them, just guiding those conversations, and everybody is the expert within their own farming and ranching operation, and just talking through those different options. So hope to get out a lot more. I've reached out to the Livestock Association, so planning on attending their meeting in February, reaching out to conservation districts who I have a relationship with, but reframing my relationship and how can we work together. Folks at with the Ute Mountain Ute Tribe, I have a good relationship working with them on a previous project looking at dry land restoration and continuing that project and expanding that to really gain information that we can benefit the agricultural community in this county. So that is what I've been doing and what I plan to continue working on. So got my desk built, so now I'm up and running, operational. And yeah, if you have any questions for me or suggestions, comments, please, anybody who's listening, call, email. I'd love to talk with folks.
Great.
And I would just like, I don't know if either one of you were paying attention last week, but in August of 2021, the commissioners did declare the drought a disaster for the county, and then at the last meeting, they renewed that declaration for the second time, so that is ongoing.
Yeah, absolutely. Jim Sproutland keeps me updated.
Okay.
Anything emergency related?
Somebody's.
Like microphones.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jim.
But on a better note, we had a local gal place 5th with her hog in the national.
At the stock show.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Casey Spruill. I know.
Believe that's correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes. Amazing.
It is.
Yeah.
So congratulations
That's
if
awesome.
she's listening, which I doubt, but.
I'm sure Andrea Jeter is.
Yeah.
And so yeah, absolutely. And then one last thing is that I did reach out, this commissioners and Shaq, to Emily in Montrose County, and she is more than willing to sit down with us for a Zoom session, or actually she'll be in the area possibly after a quick vacation in about 10 days on a sales tax initiative that they did in Montrose County, and advice that she's given me. But I'd love to set up a personal meeting with you all sooner than later so we can talk about some strategy options.
Okay.
Great. And I received an anonymous text from Andrea Jeter saying it was Cadence Spruill.
Cadence. I got
Yeah.
close. I was close.
Close. You're there. But that's awesome. I mean, that's big time. So
yeah,
super excited on that.
Awesome.
Wonderful. Thank you all.
Is that it?
Yep.
That's it? Go Chiefs, right?
Oh, jeez, was that tough? You shouldn't say that as a Broncos fan. You're looking at that's going to be
It's
tough for a
AFC.
while.
It's our district.
Yeah,
it's
it's our
AFC
division.
now.
Our
Yeah,
division, man.
I don't
You
know.
gotta go along with it.
Boy, what a game. Yeah,
Yeah.
jeez. You know, life of a Buffalo Bills fan. They keep you humble. They keep you humble.
I just had to throw that in there.
Yeah. See, no hat today.
I saw that.
Different hat. Thank you all.
Thank you, guys. And congratulations, Emily.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we're going to go right straight into our reports, and I'm going to let Mr. Dietrich go first since I saw him just come in the room.
Morning, gentlemen.
You're good.
Heard Shaq mention that this morning somewhere, everywhere. I mean, somewhere in the world. So, anyway, wanted to lead off just by letting the commissioners know that I finished the IHOP grant this morning. So we've got a draft that's out there in circulation right now. It is due on Monday, but I'd really like to get that thing submitted by Friday and try to get it all squared away. wanted to mention that we've got a few federal actions that are on the table. Most of these are not ones that we're going to have to really spend a lot of time trying to address. The first one's, kind of some stuff that's happening with the San Juan National Forest, and we've already commented on this. The Alianza Minerals exploration project is we're expecting a final decision sometime here in January. So we'll kind of be aware of that, but it looks like that's imminent. Of course, Jim is working on the communication towers issue, and I'll continue to assist him wherever we need to. And then Mesa Verde National Park has 2 actions in process. First one is really kind of a pre-scoping. That's the Mesa Verde, or the Spruce Tree House. And so I've submitted comments on that, and that's what I provided to you as a letter of the comments that we submitted. Those were due last week, so I just went ahead and submitted those on behalf of the county. And then the other one is also pre-scoping, and that one is comments on the fire plan. That'll be due on Monday, I'll take that back, on Saturday, February 5th, but we'll have that for Tuesday. And again, that's a pre-scoping, so there are going to be a lot more opportunities to comment on that, and there'll be fire plans for both Mesa Verde National Park as well as for Yucca House. We've got the CWPP that's in draft, and that's being circulated also, so they'll have an opportunity to comment on ours. At the same time, we'll have an opportunity to comment on theirs, and we'll make sure that we incorporate anything relevant to our fire plan by reference in the CWPP. They're also, by the way, a signatory on that CWPP, so they'll have plenty of engagement in time to look it over. And then also this week have met with some concerned citizens, about road access. And I think Ian probably will fill you in on details on that part of it. I thought it was a really good meeting, though, and a good opportunity really for Ian to get to know some of the people that have been working on this for kind of a long time. So great networking opportunity, if nothing else.
And thanks for setting that up, Jim. I really
No
appreciate
problem.
the help with that.
You bet. We've been working on this for a long time, so yeah, happy to help. So anyway, I guess that really kind of concludes my report for the day.
Okay.
We have anything else from the commissioners at this point?
No, not at this time.
I don't, well, I guess I do. Since I have you both in the room, you're talking about the road, why?
Yeah, road Y.
Why?
Yep.
Where we have the gate, it's still open, but it's the injunction, is that the proper term?
The gate's still open. The property owners down that road have filed what they call a complaint asking for declaratory judgment. And what that is it's basically they're asking for an order from the court defining what Road Y is. They're claiming that Road Y as it currently exists is a private road, and the county's position is that that is a public county right-of-way.
Okay, good, yep, okay. Right on, that's it.
Okay.
That's all I have, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Jim.
Jane. Were you able to reach out to?
Terry Wheeler?
Yes.
I was a little unclear, Jim, on whether you wanted me to reach out or whether, because when we talked about it yesterday, I was kind of waiting for her to reach to me, so I'm glad you brought that up.
So you said that Todd and Dan reached out to you, right?
That's correct.
So I think you can just go ahead and call Terry after our meeting
Okay.
that we had on Saturday.
Okay.
And I did give her your information also, so it's kind of
Okay, well, that was my understanding, so I'm glad we got some
either way,
clarification.
but I don't
I'll
want
press
to let
her
the
on
ball
it.
drop just by not knowing who to, I mean, somebody reach out to somebody.
Well, it wouldn't have gone much farther without me tracking her down anyway, but yeah, I didn't know exactly how we left that and who was supposed to call who, but I will we'll put forth the effort to go ahead and track her down.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Ian. We'll go straight to you.
Yeah. I don't have anything super significant to report today. I did meet with a few individuals who have some knowledge about the historic use of Road Y. Met with them on Sunday, went out to that road and checked out the scene there. And so was able to get some really good information, and that trial is set for late September. So so that's where we're at. We're this point, we're just working on the case, and we'll continue to move it forward. Other than that, not a lot to report. Our land use cases continue to move forward. Yeah, that's it.
Okay. All right, thank you. Shaq.
Sorry, my microphone was off. I've got a couple of things for the commissioners. The first thing I have is our budget amendment resolution for the 2021 budget. We have made all the transfer orders to make everything correct, and so there's two parts of this. One is, the first part is amending the expenditures as we agreed to throughout the year, and then the second part is just amending the beginning balances, after which we do based upon the audited amounts that are received from the auditor, so that moving forward our balances stay true based on audited actual amounts for the beginning balances. If you have any questions about that, I'd be happy to go into more detail.
No. I would move we approve Resolution 1-2022, a resolution amending the 2021 budget.
And I will second it, and I don't have any other questions either, because these all just tie back into the actuals of the audit.
Correct.
So it's been moved and seconded to accept resolution number 1, 2022, a resolution amending the 2021 budget. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then, commissioners, I have a mistake that was made on my part. It was a data entry mistake. By December 22nd of each year, the commissioners have to certify the mills and revenues for the taxing districts. It was noticed this week that there was a mistake both for the Mancos Cemetery District and data entry, as you can see from 5.1 mils, and it should have been 0.51 mils. And then an abatement was not included for the Mancos Library District. That abatement should have been 1/10 of a mil included on there. And so I need to get a resolution to correct that and send an amended certification to the Property Tax Administrator, the Division of Local Government, and the State School Finance Officer, as well as the Assessor and Treasurer.
Real good. I make a motion we approve Resolution 4-2022, amending the certification of mills and levies and tax roll.
And I will second it. It's been moved and seconded to accept resolution number 4, 2022, a resolution amending the certification of mills and levies and tax rolls. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And along with that, commissioners, and attached to that will be an updated certification of levies and revenues, which you just approved. Just need your signature on there, Chairman. It's the same one you signed in December, just updated.
Okay, so we just need to sign that. It's already been approved.
You just approved it with the resolution, that's correct.
Okay. A lot of house cleaning.
Lot of house cleaning to do, and so I do want to make the announcement to the public that county offices will be closed in honor of Commissioner Stevenson next Monday, and as all of our department heads have expressed today, I want to give my sincerest condolences to the family, let them know that they are in our continued thoughts and prayers, and if there's anything that we as a county can do to help at all, we would certainly make ourselves available to that, and we will be putting out a public notice that both current seated commissioners will be in attendance of the memorial service on Monday.
I have a letter regarding the rodeo grant. Did you want to discuss that?
Yes, also that came up yesterday, so that should be under unfinished business. Thank you for catching that, Kim.
Yeah, it was discussed in our workshop yesterday, and I would move that we sign this letter of support for the grant for the fairgrounds for the parking lot.
And I will second that. It's been moved and seconded to sign the letter of support for the Ute Mountain Rodeo grant application from T-Mobile Hometown Grant Selection Panel. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Commissioners, I'm making an assumption here, but I just want to get clarification that I'll also need to public notice the two of you to attend here Thursday night at 6 p.m.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay. And so both commissioners will be attending the meeting where the Republican Party will be discussing appointing a third commissioner.
Okay. Very good. Thank you, Shaq.
My turn?
Mr. Lindsay.
Yeah. Yeah. I attended the MBI meeting Saturday and talked to quite a few people out there and had a few road questions that I'll pass along. And it was pretty short meeting for their meetings, and that was about it. Took some other questions and a few more messages, but we'll be looking in on the Cortez meeting tonight and attending the Mancus meeting tomorrow night.
Okay, mine, I actually attended a class here Wednesday for the county that was put on by Dr. Lucas, I guess is the actual, she has a PhD. And this was for weight loss. However, I think it's more than weight loss. I think it's what we should be focusing on today is good health. And it was a short 1 hour meeting, but it was actually very good. And then Thursday, I'm sorry, looking at my calendar here. Saturday or Friday went into the CCI legislative briefing. That's just a short 1.5 hour meeting, bringing forth some of the bills that they're going to be talking about this Thursday, Friday, that we actually vote on, whether we support or we don't support the bills that are in the hopper at this point in time. So it was just a real quick briefing of those. On Saturday, I met with the Housing Authority Board. We did decide to get rid of some of the orphan lots that are not, that are just basically single lots, so that we can hopefully move forward with a bigger housing project. And we identified some properties that would work for the Housing Authority. Along with Commissioner Lindsay here, I also attended the MVI board meeting. I did have to duck out just a little early, but I caught 90% of it. Went to the Dolores town hall meeting last night, gave them a quick briefing of what's happening in the county. They're still kind of having questions on the NCA and following that along with us. And then they had a bunch of, they're still wrestling with some of their land use issues over there in Dolores. And then we had our workshop yesterday. We had a couple of presentations. One was from Chief Balfour in the Cortez Fire Protection District, as far as discussing whether or not we will accept them as a partner on this initiative for a tax, whether it be a public safety sales tax or whether it be a general sales tax. And if you want more information on that, you can go back and view the YouTube site. Also, too, as we just approved, the Ute Mountain Rodeo Club for a grant application to move forward. And then the last thing we discussed, which we approved today, were the redistricting of the precincts for Montezuma County after the last census. So with that will conclude my report. And one last observation, I would like to echo what our administrator stated. Commissioner Stevenson will dearly be missed, and our thoughts and prayers are out to his family and loved ones. We will miss him. So
Yeah, he is missed already. I mean,
agreed. It's
two guys up here. We need the third guy. We sure miss him.
agreed. Okay, Commissioner Lindsay.
Motion to adjourn.
Seconded. It's been moved and seconded to adjourn the January 25th, 2022 meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.